arm's length if you're the next president.
You know, as you know, Hugh, I worked for John Ashcroft when he was senator from Missouri, and people would always say, oh, lobbyists, and they would say negative things about them. And Ashcroft said, I need lobbyists. Lobbyists tell me things that's going on in their industry that other people aren't going to tell me. That doesn't mean I accept everything they say. That doesn't mean I do what they want, but they are important sources of information. And you're not going to get the true information about what's happening in the AI sector from Lena Khan and her type. So you do need these smart companies to come in and tell you what the possibilities are. But at the same time, regulators can't necessarily say, well, we're just going to go along with everything you say.
Superb new book, The Power and the Money by Tevi Troy. I have linked it over at HHS Links. The Power and the Money for everyone who loves the presidency or is actually a lobbyist. They ought to be really on how to do it well and how to do it poorly. Tevi Troy, always a pleasure. Thank you, Tevi. I'll be back tomorrow, America. Thank you, Harley. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Ben. And thank you, Dwayne. I'm Hugh Hewitt.
But you absolutely, positively need the truth. This is where you turn. This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
From the Kendrick brothers, the creators of War Room.
Miss Clara. It's hard for a woman to call out the man and her son. I just need some prayer support.
We pray that the Lord will open Isaiah's eyes so that he could see himself the way that the Lord sees him.
What kind of man do you want to be? Isaiah, welcome to The Forge.
The Forge. In theaters now. Rated PG. Parental guidance suggested. Tickets and showtimes at theforgemovie.com.
This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Sebastian Gorka here. In light of recent events, we Americans need to have our heads on a swivel, not just with our personal security, but with the security of our most valuable financial assets. I'm talking about your home title and hard-earned equity. That's why I want to tell you about Equity Protect. They're the only company that completely stops cyber criminals from stealing your title, property, and equity. Most title lock companies only monitor your title for changes. Equity Protect completely stops these financial crimes from happening to you.
Bergrum with the Speaker's Lobby. The only thing Congress must do before the end of the year is fund the government by October 1st. The House Freedom Caucus is ramping up pressure on GOP leaders to back a short-term funding bill into early 2025. The goal is to pump major spending decisions into a potential Trump administration next year, but it's unclear if that ultimate fight will come later this year or early next. Different House Republicans are supporting separate strategies. Quote, in the inevitability that Congress considers a continuing resolution, government funding should be extended into early 2025 to avoid a lame duck omnibus that preserves Democrat spending and policies well into the next administration, the House Freedom Caucus said in a statement. An interim spending bill last fall cost former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy his job. House Speaker Mike Johnson doesn't face the same active threat over the September fight, but how Johnson handles the issue could influence whether Republicans are willing to return him to the Speaker's suite next year, should the GOP hold control of the chamber in 2025. With the Speaker's Lobby, Chad.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
The debate about debates is apparently settled. Lisa Brady, Fox News, 2 weeks before the first face-off between the former president and current vice president.
Former President Trump writes in a Truth Social post that he's reached an agreement with, as he puts it, the radical left Democrats for a debate with Vice President Harris on ABC in Philadelphia on September 10th. He confirms the rules will be the same as the prior debate. That includes standing up and no notes from which to read. The Harris campaign had said they'd like to leave the mics hot Unlike the rule during the debate former President Trump had with President Biden when mics were off while the other person was speaking. And despite the former president saying Monday he'd be open to leaving the mics on, it appears that will not be the case.
Fox's Jessica Rosenthal. Trump also says he'll keep September 4th open in case Harris changes her mind about a Fox debate that day. An NBC debate has also been proposed later in the fall. A deadly end to a standoff in Georgia between a Marshals Fugitive Task Force and the man accused of killing a mother of 4 last week. Atlanta Police Chief Darren Shirebaum says the suspect, Derek Rankins, opened fire on officers approaching a location believed to be his hideout, injuring one officer.
Fortunately, no other members of law enforcement were injured. At this point, the suspect, who we were seeking to take into custody, is deceased.
Rankins was suspected of killing 22-year-old Courtney Reese last week. She was found with multiple gunshot wounds. Her family believes they had a previous relationship. 2 Delta airline workers are dead, another person injured after an incident at a Delta maintenance facility in Georgia. Sources telling Fox 5 Atlanta that a tire exploded as it was being removed from a plane early today. A statement from Delta says the company's heartbroken, offering full support to family members and colleagues. That deadly incident is under investigation. Stocks finished higher, but not by much. The Dow up about 6 points at the bell. America is listening to Fox News.
This summer, don't miss out on a hot opportunity. Save big when you upgrade to Docomo Pacific's Business Unlimited Max. Say goodbye to hefty fees and enjoy free roaming in the U.S., Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines. But that's not all. From now until August 31st, save up to $20 a month on payments. A whopping $600 in overall savings. Plus, receive $150 towards mobile accessories. Some conditions apply. Call 688-2677 to upgrade and maximize your benefits this summer.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines this summer? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your summer getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
Opens the door to talks with the U.S. over his country's nuclear program.
Iran has a new president, Masoud Pezeshkian, and Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei says there's no barrier to his government engaging with the enemy, warning, though, the U.S. is not to be trusted. It's similar to what he said around the time of the 2015 nuclear deal, which had several nations' economic sanctions on Iran lifted in exchange for limiting the nuclear program with monitoring. Former President Trump withdrew the U.S. from that deal, calling it one-sided, and Iran's nuclear program has been advancing since. There have been indirect talks with the Biden administration, and Trump could be returning to the White House. It's unclear how President Harris would deal with the issue, although she said she would take whatever action is necessary to defend against Iran.
Fox's Chris Foster. New York City transit officials say it's time to get tough on people who avoid paying fares to ride city buses.
New York City's Metropolitan Transportation Authority, the country's largest, estimates 48% of bus riders pass on paying. Some say the economy makes it hard, so they ask.
Sometimes you let me do, sometimes you don't.
But MTA CEO Jano Lieber blames carryover from not making riders pay during COVID.
It's hard to put that genie back in the bottle, but we have to do it because otherwise we're not going to be able to keep up the level of service.
The MTA says it will deploy more people to catch and ticket fare beaters. The MTA says it has lost hundreds of millions of dollars from unpaid fares as well as subway turnstile jumpers. In New York City, Gernal Scott, Fox News.
The National Labor Relations Board says Chipotle may have violated federal law in its treatment of employees at its only unionized store. This in Detroit, where the regional director found merit to allegations filed by the Teamsters Union. Chipotle says it respects workers' rights to organize. Recapping stocks, a new record for the Dow, up about 10 points. The S&P and the NASDAQ also higher. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
It's sizzling out there, folks, and GTA's hot summer deals are turning up the heat. Switch to GTA and get up to $375 off a brand new iPhone 15 when you sign up for any unlimited wireless plan. That's $16.55 a month on our installment plan. But wait, there's more. We're waiving the activation fee and giving you a port-in credit. That's right, extra savings just for joining the GTA family. Limited time offer, terms and conditions apply. Visit GTA.net for more information. GTA, we start the summer with with you. Disco Fever will be in full swing at Circle K's 7th Annual Craft Beer and Whiskey Festival on September 28 at the Regal Royal Laguna Guam Resort. Sample from an impressive selection of far-out beers and whiskey while rocking your most righteous 70s outfit. Boogie down to Rad Entertainment and get a chance to win $1,300 in cash prizes. Early bird tickets are available now until August 31st. Purchase from any Circle K location or online at craftbeerfestguam.com. Join us for a groovy night that will be totally out of sight.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon. The UOG Endowment Foundation and Guam Visitors Bureau, in collaboration with Choice Broadcasting, bring you Tanel Live on Guam. Join us for 2 shows. Thursday, September 5th for a tropical night with Tanel, an intimate unplugged VIP show at the Hotel Nico Guam. And Saturday, September 7th for the general concert at Jeff's Pirates Cove. Enjoy the beautiful concert space down south, complete with UOG booths and vendor pop-ups. Tickets on sale at Guam time.
Alpha Day and Good Morning Guam. It's 6:07 on Wednesday, August 28. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. 2 detainees who escaped from DOC yesterday morning were recaptured 5 hours later at a nearby apartment complex. Parkley Ansi and Zivon Chofat were found at Arroyo Apartments on East Rojas Street, about 2.5 miles from the prison. DOC Director Fred Bordalio confirmed their capture and stated that the facility's emergency operations plan was activated during the search. Both detainees were awaiting trial for burglary, robbery, and other charges. Their escape is part of a series of recent security incidents at the facility. Investigations into the escape and security breaches are ongoing. Meanwhile, the AG's office wants Judge Alberto Tolentino removed from all criminal cases. They cite his family ties to AG Doug Moylan as the reason. So far, they've requested Tolentino's disqualification in 68 cases. Defense attorneys call it a delay tactic and say it's disrupting the justice system. Tolentino has just denied previous recusal requests. Other judges have mostly backed him up. The judge is now striking down last-minute objections to his involvement. In response, prosecutors plan to file a writ of prohibition with the Supreme Court. This move could halt proceedings in Tolentino's courtroom. Despite the dispute stems from Tolentino being married to Moylan's ex-wife and stepfather to Moylan's adult children. We'll have more news after this.
Wow, Bank Pacific, 70 years.
That's right.
Are you celebrating?
You bet. For starters, we opened in 1954, so we're offering a very special personal loan with rates as low as 5.4% APR.
5.4?
And you can borrow up to $50,000 for whatever. Summer travel, back to school, paid on credit cards.
Can I apply online?
Yes. And in any of our convenient offices. Bank Pacific. Regardless but branches, we place roots for 70 years.
Equal opportunity lender. Conditions apply.
GDOE Superintendent Eric Swanson says most of the island's 41 public schools do not meet modern security standards. Only 6 campuses, including the 5 Guam Education Financing Foundation schools and JFK, are up to par. Swanson points out that outdated designs from the 1950s make schools vulnerable to threats. He's proposing a $2 million plan for the next fiscal year to create a force of school resource officers. These would be sworn-in police officers dedicated to campus security, focusing on high schools and middle schools. GDOE is working with GPD to determine if the plan is financially feasible. And the PEBT program is expanding with more benefits on the way. Public health officials say eligible students will soon receive additional summer food assistance. The U.S. government has made Summer EBT a permanent nationwide program. For 2024, Guam's eligible children may get $177 in benefits. That's up from $139 for summer of 2023. The department continues distributing cards at the Rancare building in Tamuning. Eligible students can pick up their original or replacement cards this week from 5:30 to 7:30 and next week from 8 to 5. Public Health is working on logistics for the new program. Parents are advised to hold on to their PEBT cards for future use. And those are your top stories stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
As in, we're permanently taking over your children. That's what's going on. Teaching your kids how to live right off the government. We don't need to work. Government's going to put some money. The PEBT card I got when I was in the 4th grade is going to be their SNAP card for the rest of their lives. Watch how this works, ladies and gentlemen. And remember, I told you about it first. 10 after 6 o'clock in the morning. Oh, wait. Hold on. And is it possible, though, taking the other approach, is it possible that that maybe we ought to be able to get these kids to take care, to see after their own nutritional needs, considering, and I'll use this voice, the sardonic Ray Gibson, it has begun. I've gotten my first picture of food from the schools, ladies and gentlemen.
No.
Donna's going, what is that?
Don't show that.
Yes, but I have to show it. I have to show it.
Which
Don't
school?
keep it real, bro.
According to that, I think it's Southern.
Southern?
Southern meal. It comes with a delicious, nutritious, juicy apple.
All right.
As in an apple a day keeps the doctor away. That looks next to the apple looks like
that looks like natto from here.
Bad natto.
Yeah,
it looks
what
like
is it?
It's been out too long.
Peanuts?
Natto. I think it's beans.
Oh,
I think it might be some kind of
my favorite.
Some kind of
Beans.
This is my
beans.
favorite pre-flight meal.
That's for music.
Beans and rice.
It's for music class. Beans, the magical fruit.
You play the horn.
The more you eat, the more you toot. There's looks like there's some chicken in there, along with maybe
some protein.
Red rice without so much of the red in it,
Unless
or maybe
that's brown rice.
or maybe it was white rice that was left out too long.
That's some Mexican
I don't know.
rice, homie.
With the natto. But is it maybe
This
it's
is a Mexican milk minus the tortillas.
And milk, right? That's what's on top.
chocolate milk, I think. Yes,
lucky,
it is a thing.
get chocolate milk.
It is a thing of chocolate
Stomach's
milk.
bubbling already. Chocolate milk and beans. Yes.
6:12 in the morning. Well, how about that? Maybe that's why it's important that we put the SNAP card in your kid's name now, so that they can get used to living off the government dime and not having to worry about the government nutrition programs that give them, what is that, 2 handfuls of food. Well, we'll see. Anyway, 6:12 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. We'll get to the weather for today. It's been raining. I got some great pictures from Sarita Gurin, who's been out running around and doing all kinds of stuff here this morning, and to put those up on the screen. If for no other reason, so you can see just how wet and rainy it has been in the overnight hours. Partly sunny in the forecast today, if that goes away, with highs near 88 degrees. East winds 6 to 11 miles an hour. Mostly cloudy tonight, with overnight lows of about 78 degrees. Tomorrow's Thursday. I got partly sunny skies with highs near 88 degrees, in between some scattered showers, isolated showers tomorrow night, under mostly cloudy skies. We get back to partly sunny skies on Friday with highs near 88 degrees. Otherwise, heat index today going to be like 96 degrees, a 30% chance of rain. And I don't know. It was only supposed to be about 94 yesterday, and then the weird thing happened. When everybody got their load shedded last night. What time was it for you when your electric went out? Do you remember? Is it 8:30 at night?
7.
7. Okay, so
Lucky number 7.
I got word that as of 6:55 p.m., peak demand reached 258 megawatts, exceeding generation capacity. Capacity supplemented by the Agreco 20 megawatt units and batteries. A few plants are limited in their respective generation outputs, and so they started dropping feeders all over the island. I give you the circuit names, but it doesn't make any difference. If you got it, you got it, and it looks like it didn't get restored completely until about 9:12 or so. So there were some folks that got hit with that load shedding schedule. We'll get answers for you here this morning. Heat index, like I said, 96 degrees today. You might want to figure out ways to conserve and balance around the house and office today. 30% chance of rain. Rip currents, surf dangers are out there. Sunrise this morning at 6:09. Do I have pictures from Pirates Cove about sunrise this morning? I might. I'll look. Wait. That might be as good as it gets on the eastern side of the island, but still, that's not bad. Sunset tonight's going to be at 6:35 or so tonight. Hashtag tell the others. There it is. News and weather together on 93.3. This is The Point, brought to you by Bank Pacific. Banking on the Pacific for 70 years.
KFC's $5 breakfast deals are the best and most affordable ways to start your day. The Colonel's Chicken and Rice Bowl, $5. Chicken fried steak, $5. Sausage, biscuit, and gravy, $5. And they all come with a fresh coffee. KFC $5 breakfast deals are served starting at 6 a.m. daily at your favorite KFC restaurant. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Imagine a place where Guam's homeless find comfort for a night. From the AG who brought you the Protect Yourself and Deport Air initiatives, now comes Project Dignity. A solid meal, a hot shower, a clean bed, a chance to rejoin society. Project Dignity. Work restores dignity. Coming soon to Guam.
It's the Ray Gibson Show, brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by Guam Regional Medical City. They are your healthcare partners.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Face is on the case, zombie. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled as usual to be here with you. And yes, Donna D, today is Wednesday. How about that?
Half past the monkey.
What? No. Wait, that's how we tell children how to read a clock. Old analog clock. What time is it? Half past the monkeys. Never mind. Anyway, 6:17 in the morning. There's a monkey right over there. Welcome, as I said, to the program. Made it all the way through Wednesday. Interesting day. Interesting stories that we've got. I'm wondering if there's anything like super tectonic that is out there. Although, I will say thanks very much. Some great pictures coming in. Cousin Ted up at the north end of the eastern side of the island, if that makes any kind of sense. He's got some great shots of sunrise. Over the ranch in the back. You can almost make out the fun that is the bottom line and the bottom land in the background on that. Thanks very much for sending that and got some great pictures from Pirates Cove and Sarita Garin out there doing her early morning running around. And today is going to be another one of those days where I treat you to some images that I've gotten from Grok and our artificial intelligence, artificially intelligently created avatars.
Was that a registered nurse?
If was it? Might have been. You might see a couple of these things that will help you reminisce about episodes of Lara Croft, the Tomb Raider, which I used as one of my prompts there yesterday. Anyway, I played this a couple of times here this morning, just so you can see, get an idea of just what it is that keeps me occupied when I'm not otherwise doing things here on the radio. As I said, welcome. Real Joe's going to get the phone when you call it 888-825-5888-TALK. That's a telephone number around here. Donna D is going to be taking care of news and headlines and whatever we don't have, whatever I don't have in terms of
carry everything.
Yeah. Because I got nothing, baby. I'm just looking around at stuff and decided over the last couple of days that if we're not getting enough news, I'm going to try to make news. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to find out if there's ways that we might be able to use the incredible tools and technology at our disposal here at the radio station to find out if anything. If anything, how you feel about certain issues that are out there, including one. I left this up overnight, and I might leave this here for a couple of days, unless something else pops up. But it's the online poll from ThePOINT.gu yesterday. Should senators get a pay raise? And the answer is still an overwhelming no. Still overwhelming.
Really, man?
Yeah, 45%.
I thought it would change overnight.
Yeah, you'd think the senators should start calling all of their people.
God, nobody has a heart anymore.
Hey, listen, you want to keep working in this office? You better figure out a way to get multiple votes cast. So about 45% still say you're kidding, right? No way. Get real jobs or make the legislature part-time so you can get yourself a side hustle. Like everybody else on Guam has got some kind of a side hustle. How many people there's it's like they've got these jobs. What do you do here? Well, I'm the executive vice president of the bank. Okay, really? What else you do? He says, well, I have a Sensi thing. You want to buy some Sensi? Everybody's got something like that, or they got a food truck deal going, or they're going to be hanging out tonight.
Amway.
Back in the day, yes. So you got 45% that say no. The other 35% seem to agree with me that says make it the same as jury duty. $35 a day. That's all you're going to get.
That's extreme.
If that's what you consider the value of my public service to be, then that ought to be the value of your public service as a member of the legislative branch of Guam. So we got that one up there. Only 19.35% agree with Will Parkinson, and maybe a few others over at the legislature that are heretofore silent because they recognize it is the third rail that are saying, yes, that will help us attract more of the best
Touch
and
that
brightest.
third rail with your tongue.
Just
do it.
To replace what? Not our so much best and brightest? Is that what you're trying to say? I've also bugging people online to keep going and checking out the POINT survey that I posted up on my social media and the POINT on Facebook, in the Incumbent Confidence Survey, where I ask you if the election were held today, for which incumbents would you vote? And there has only been a minor change from where it was yesterday. The top 5 vote getters are still Democrats. But there's been a little bit of a movement here. Tina Rose, at number 1 is Therese Terlahi. Therese, can we just now start saying Therese Terlahi 2026?
Can we?
Right?
I want to.
Therese Terlahi 2026.
I really want to.
Highest vote getter, in this survey, highest vote getter in the elections, for heaven's sakes, is not going to have a hard time getting reelected to the legislature. I don't think, based on this and other polls that we have seen. At number 2, there's a tie between Chris Barnett and Vice Speaker Tina Rose Munya Barnes. Chris coming up a little bit.
Wow.
Leaving Joe San Nicolas alone at number 3 on this survey. And at number 4.
Joe San Nicolas.
Hey, Joe, like that. Hey, San Augustine.
That one. Same thing.
Everybody knows. Break. You know what I mean when I say that, right? Whenever I say Joe S. San Nicolas.
I'm just messing.
All right, okay. It's Ray Gibson code.
Man.
Crack the code. And at number 4 is another Democrat, Parkinson. That is Senator Will Parkinson.
Your neighbor. Neighborhood.
What did the guy? My chubby neighbor. Is that what he said? Hey, some people can't help it. Some people got issues with sugar.
I like him, man.
It took me years to develop my issues with sugar, so I'm kind of proud of somebody else that picks it up a little bit earlier. Anyway, so you got all of that stuff floating around. We'll yak about that, between now and the end of the program. Shooting for 10 o'clock, right? Going to try to get through another 4 solid hours of the Ray Gibson show.
Long.
And you got something that you want to add to that. And yes, I am aware that there are some really, really incredible national politics coming up. I was a little bit disappointed to hear in a lot of the national news, including ours, that they're not spending enough time, what I think is a goodly enough amount of time, on Mark Zuckerberg's admission yesterday that they
zombie.
we sort of did do some censoring out there.
Zombie-looking dude
sort of did. That whole Russia election interference thing with the laptop and stuff.
So
we didn't know. We were waiting.
So it wasn't a conspiracy, Ray Gibson?
No. It was not a conspiracy.
Are you saying you told us so?
There's so many others. You remember that they had those two California doctors that were trying to downplay everything with the hysteria over what was going on with COVID-19 and they trying to look, we're doctors, we've actually got some facts. And then there was a whole other coalition of doctors, like 40 white coats out there that were trying to spread the truth. And what was happening was you could look at it if you saw it, if by some miracle it showed up in your feed and you tried to share it, those shares, absolutely eliminated. And so there, somebody said that there's an apology in the statement. I will read bits and pieces of that statement to you a little bit later on.
Not accepting it.
Well, the reason why the reason why this is important now is there is, in one of those lefty states out there, they have decided to close schools. and have kids go to online learning. Have you seen that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's easier to control.
Caution. And don't worry, they've got PEBT cards out there as well. So the kids are going to eat. Don't you worry about a thing. We've got this all lined up and nailed down. That's the way things are going to go again. So we've got to understand that there is a significant kind of propaganda wing that exists in the government of the United States of America that extends even into the social medias. We already know the regular media, the drive-by media, as Rush used to call it, already all in for the deep state. And now come to find out, with the exception of X, and I don't know what Meta is going to do to atone for their previous sins, but will it be enough?
I want money.
Well,
I want
As
reparations.
an example,
I went to jail a lot during that time, Ray.
I know
Facebook jail.
lot of people went to Facebook jail a lot, but I'm wondering now, does that mean that if I were to say things that used to be forbidden words in the world of
I do
Meta,
it all the time now.
that they would look the other way and not send me a thing, not all of a sudden make changes, let everybody know that's trying to type in a comment on Facebook Live. Sorry, you won't be able to do that for a while. We've restricted this account to comments because
I've noticed the freedom.
Almost want to try it out now. Anyway, 626, Real Joe. What do you do here?
I'll do it. The phone, everything.
Get that. Anybody call-ins, call-outs, all of that
I'm
stuff.
down.
We'll get the movers and shakers on the line here before too much longer. As I said, Donna's going to take care of news and headlines. The rest of you got the important job of holding down the social media. You guys ready?
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. Knows your name.
I still don't see an apology here. This is like the Clinton apologies that came out with the Monica
Sorry
days.
about that.
Oh, yeah, okay. Did not have what with what woman? All right, let me just scooch all the way up, see who made it in first. Big Man Rico Blancaflor,
Baba Yaga.
whose first comment this morning was, hi. To which I responded, hi. Rico Blancaflor also mentioning stupid plastic bag law. And the reason why is because, thank you very much for the nod in that direction. That is empty promise number 6. I think we're up to empty promise number 6.
And here we go.
It has to do with stupid plastic bags. All right. Ismael Velez online. Auntie Bennett Lujan Duenas saying, Hoy, Hop, Lori with a wide Duenas, JB San Nicolas. There's Brittany Tollefson saying, morning. Is that good morning or just morning? Like, you guys, we made it.
Yeah.
The slumber all the way through the night. We weren't attacked by anybody. We didn't have locusts or mosquitoes and earthquake or anything like that. Morning back to you, sweetheart. I got, let me see, Auntie Bennett, Lujan Duenas asking you to vote for all of her favorite Republican senators. Auntie Bennett, based on what I'm seeing in the polling here, you need to get the word out a lot more.
Yeah.
You got to get the word out a lot more.
I'm starting to like the Democrats.
Yeah. When the top 5 here are all Democrats, and when the number one vote getter among the Republicans is Tom Fisher in the poll.
Don't look at me.
I'm just saying a little bit more work needs to be.
Surprise.
Maybe there's something other than waves that you guys need to be doing. Just saying. Brendan Foster online. Senator Vince Borja is there. Let me see. I got Brittany hugging. Got a picture of a kitty cat hugging a coffee cup. That's sweet.
Oh,
Henry
she's going to
Manglotnia.
ask for something.
Right? What do you want? Zay Nauta. Oh, you know what I missed over? One of the most important ones. Former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez is online.
Bring back the sunshine. Bring back that sunshine. He's bringing back that sunshine. Uncle Carl Gutierrez brings it every time.
I shared with Uncle Carl Gutierrez a little bit earlier some interesting news about another one of these promotions that they're doing with the hotels, that including the Lotte Hotel here on Guam, that is going to provide travelers a significant discount in their hotel accommodations, and could make it real, Joe, so that we have even more Korean hot pants floating around town.
No.
Yeah. What and that used to be a
I'm
bigger
seeing
thing.
some lately.
Well, I'm not
In
seeing
Tucson
any
when I'm running.
I'm not seeing any.
Yeah.
I don't know. You're running when there's hot pants time.
I speak Korean, man.
Good man.
Instantly.
I met a Korean lady that actually been around Guam for a while. I'd seen her again, and I greeted her in the only way that I knew how. And she looks at me and says, "You learned Korean in a buy me drinky bar, didn't you?" I said, "You can tell."
Oh,
She says,
no.
"Oh yeah. We know that
Yes,
sound."
Mama-san.
We know that sound. Yes, I'll use the coaster, I promise. Adonis Mendiola is online. Hey, dude, how's it going? Henry Manglotnia, like I said, Elena Garcia, Brother Tedo is out there. Henry, Felix Bumba's online. Keena McCausland checking in from Washington State. Half a day to Michelle Conception. James Bondo. Keena is making the emojis, the hot, sweaty emojis. Is it hot up there again?
It's burning up, man. Welcome to the channel, Keena.
It's got to be the last ones here because it's gonna be wintertime soon.
It's cold now over here.
How about Zerot Young? What's that? Elena saying good morning. Bennett Lahan Duenas, Donna D, Rico, Blancaflor, and Bandit, Ken Augustin, off a day to the original Burger King, Rudy Rodolfo, Burger King in about a dozen different categories. In the Pika's Best, vote for yes for all of them. Shamala or Skamala, says Adonis Mendiola. Either one is working now. I think the thing is that nobody's actually calling her by her real name anymore. Jack Larimer, Brennan Fausto, Ruel de Rooster Drillon, Half a Bandit. Let me see. I got Sarita checking in now after she's done with her workout. Chris Frank saying half a day point, family and friends. Chris, did you upgrade? Did you upgrade your X to Twitter to premium yesterday?
Yeah, did you do that, man?
Are you likewise also
the guy
playing
with
around?
2 first names.
Could be in radio. Are you likewise playing around with the algorithms and the prompts here on the Gork side, Grok side? Dennis Larson, B-Man is online. Says Tedo says it seems like senators approved new racing association to take over the track with the ability to quarry again. Best get confirmation from Fisher.
Did you see Dwayne's spiel?
No, I didn't.
Oh no!
There was
I'll
a
send
spiel?
it to you, man.
Okay, send me a spiel.
It was heartfelt.
Oh, and mindful?
Yes.
Was he demure?
Oh, yes.
As he was delivering?
He was all those things,
Okay,
Ray.
good. Anyway, Nick Perlowski giving us the hoik from, I think he's back here. Regina Live Nedlick saying, Ohio gozaimasu, Ray-san. Ohio, let me see. Tony and Adeno and Pinko. Ada, I think we've seen the last of Tony Ada. Mark Mandiola is here. B-Ba Guam
Hey,
with
Mark.
spelled B-E-E-B-A Guam from Dennis Larson. Those are some serious looking clouds. Yeah, we did some serious clouds here this morning. Cecile Bambasuda, and let me see, Pat Saho. I got Jerome McDonald checking in saying Buenos Tony and Annette. That's the burp you heard me suppress.
Oh, what was that, Ray? Explain.
Subway sandwich. And
vinegar and oil.
This, I believe, is a sign that we are coming out of things.
We're turning a corner.
We're turning a corner. They had everything I want.
I've been waiting for
They
this
have everything
day.
I wanted, and it'll sound like a criticism. It's not meant to be. It is an observation. And I don't know. Maybe there's a lot of people out there. There's supply. If there were issues with the supply chain, apparently they've been resolved. They had the bread that I wanted. They had the cheese that I wanted. They had the meat that I wanted. They had the lettuce, the tomatoes were in there. Just all of the things that you're used to getting. They had everything that I wanted for my ultimate BMT. And here I am. I'm telling myself I really got to get a better handle on my diet. But I feel like every once in a while I should treat myself. And so
treat yourself.
Yeah, so I got in there and I should have gotten just the 6-inch. I should have just gotten
cheat day.
Should have gotten just the 6-inch. But once they get started, it's like
you went big.
I don't want you to have to cut that bread.
There you go,
you know what?
Give him the big one.
Give me the whole thing. I'll eat half today, and I'll eat the other half for lunch tomorrow.
Sir.
Never works out. Never ever works out. I get right down to I finish the one half of the Subway sandwich, and then I start looking around, going,
breathe through your nose.
I can do this. I can do this. I got skills, baby. I got skills. I'm a Duenas man. I can eat that. I can put the whole thing in my mouth like they did in the movie. So I ended up doing the thing. But glad to hear whatever supply issues they got are all taken care of over at the subway. And it was the subway on Route 8 in Barrigada, which I know that for some of the people that live and work around there, that's kind of a go-to place. Jerome McDonald, like I said, online. Brennan Fausto, F. Ramos, Gina Marie Tenorio. Call is there. Who load shed this morning? I don't think there's load shedding anymore, Sarita. I think that was all done last night. We'll get details a little bit later on. Ali Malakas is there, Alpha Omega, and Steve Blake.
No.
Yeah.
What?
Real
guy.
human being. Yeah. He's online with us this morning.
Guy.
I got, let me see, looking for different names here. Bob and Connie Bartonico are there. Army Strong there, Connie. Dave Duenas says, Buenos, drive safe, drive to conditions here this morning. Margaret Estachio Ismail says, RFK Jr. and Wonder Woman Gabbard join Trump's cabinet/transition team.
Ooh, is she a Wonder Woman?
Have you seen the images?
Oh.
Yeah. They got there's a shot of her in uniform saluting, and somebody did the AI thing and took out her military uniform and exchanged it with the Wonder Woman thing. And some people aren't going to be able to sleep.
That's weird.
Won't be able to go back to bed. Steve Love's online. Steve Love is right there. Nice to see you.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Love.
Maybe it was Steve Love that transitioned from the military uniform to the Wonder Woman outfit.
It's an invisible jet.
Sarita thinks those are pinto beans on the things with brown rice. Leslie St. Nicholas, white rice that fell on the ground, says Jack Larimer. Jack, where are you playing, bud? Rob Greeno hanging out here. I got Alpha, I already said Alpha Duenas, Alpha Omega. Alicia Duenas Anderson is online, and that means that we're going to get some great pictures from South. Tattoo Shauna this morning, and she's got a great emoji of a dog drinking coffee. I think I've got the same one, except the dog is drinking beer. Havadata Francis Duffy, Jose Martinez, who is next to join Trump's Avengers. There was language floating around yesterday that
Avengers,
said, there was going to be another
That's interesting.
breakaway Democrat. There was going to be another breakaway Democrat that was going to be joining the Trump's team.
I don't trust them, Ray.
We got RFK. I think there might be plants.
There's a Judas in there somewhere, man.
Everywhere. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be.
I don't trust any of you.
It so far isn't Taylor Swift. I haven't seen anything like that in my feed. Perlita Delamar Garcia is there. Andy Terlahi, Buenos and Hafaday to Bunker, Jimenez Hessa, Andy. Different Andy. I got, let me see, Jose, Bunker. Okay, look at it. There's plenty of everybody talking to each other now and saying good morning because it's family. We're like that. Renee Lau is online. Who else is playing around? And that might be it.
Good morning, Renee.
Zuckerberg is changing his tone. He may switch party to the Republicans.
Yeah, he's scared of Elon.
Okay, so on that, there's a lot of people that are looking at that as a preemptive move. As a preemptive move.
It's a chess move, right?
Kind of a chess move. He wants to, I think he wants to get everything out from out from on the table. Himself before it all comes out in just droves, before the pile on of Congress. He had written this to the committee chair of the judiciary, Jim Jordan in Washington, D.C. That's who he wrote the letter to.
Oh, boy.
So it's like,
That's Jim Jordan.
You remember when we were kids, and the moms would say, if you admit what you did wrong, admit it was you won't get in trouble.
Yeah.
And I think maybe there's some of that in there. Let me see. Who else do we got here? There was looking at somebody making a comment about something that I had remarked about, and that is a healthcare scare out in there is Massachusetts. No, is it mosquitoes in Massachusetts? Is that what they're? Oh, Chris Frank says it's different than the one I've got. The one I've got is COVID. Scott K. Armstrong, Jack Larimer says, why did you say his name? Because it's part of a legitimate news story, I suppose. Hava put for both the red November 5, says Auntie Bennett. Ben Servino is online. Mike Grace Bloss, half a day to you. Let me see. Linda Gabriel, Greg Basnight is there. Joshua Cadahay saying good morning, half a day, and good morning right back at you, my bud. I think that might be it. I think we're out of fresh names here, except Christine Oliver says, Happy Unce Day.
Oh, here it goes.
Never miss a Wednesday show, she says.
Back to the grind.
Nate Horn and Joe Cruz says, please vote for me as Pika's best lap dog. Did you embrace that? Are you embracing that hate?
Yeah.
Real Joe's name came up in, I don't know, what is it? Somebody's, you had made a comment on a news story somewhere.
I did.
And somebody came back and they said, oh, the lap dog is finally getting his voice.
No, they said Ray Gibson's lap dog.
Oh, Ray Gibson's lap dog.
Oh, you have a voice now.
Oh, wow. Yeah. To which I say, trust me, Joe has a voice. Joe has a voice, and not
good
necessarily
morning to
afraid
you.
of using it from time to time. And many times his voice sounds an awful lot like mine. Tommy Napati on the YouTube side. I got Rudy Rodolfo hanging out here as well, along with Rico Blancaflor. Security on the YouTube chat is MP Ogo. He's online. We got Auntie Bennett Lujan Duenas. Sergeant Rectum, darn near killed him. Hit that like button. It's absolutely free. Good to see you there. Mr. October 13. Buenos dias, Ray. Listening from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. 92 degrees and in the late afternoon. Tattoo Sean Kumatata says, good morning from Telefofo via a candidate wave down Agate side. Stephen
Amaguin.
Good morning, Guam. Get ready for more taxations to help the financial shortfall in fiscal year 2025. $1.7 billion budget. You got to be kidding. Lonnie Salas is there. Lisa Greeno with our instructions. Excited for another fun-filled, professional, productive, informative, and skillful session with The Point. Oh, great. Now I got to be skillful. Kevin Kanata, an old school side hustle of mine, selling Kirby vacuums.
Oh, man, those
says
are so
Kev,
heavy.
Right?
God, you must have big arms,
But
bro.
why can't the senators do that? Look, you go in there, you get your $55,000 a year, and just go part-time and say, because I make more money
God,
selling
your house
Kirby.
is dirty. You need this vacuum.
Cutco knives. Kevin, did you also do Cutco knives? I've still got a set. Walter Gray's there. Bad Boy 671 Barbecue. Jane R. saying good morning. Far From Home is there. The Way It Is, and still no early morning sighting of Tiggle Bitties, but we'll try to survive. 6:41 in the morning. Donna D with her first big look at news and headlines. If you're ready, let's go. What's going on?
JW High School and Finnegadson Elementary completed health inspections yesterday, but results are pending. If they pass, in-person classes could resume by tomorrow. Both schools had high demerits in earlier inspections. GDOE is ahead of schedule in getting all schools passed by the end of September. 12 schools are still pending inspections. Meanwhile, Ginger Cruz, running for Guam delegate, gained support at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. Cruz received endorsements from key Democratic leaders who backed her agenda for Guam, focusing on a fair military buildup, support for working families, and affordable housing. And United Airlines flight attendants will reveal the results of a strike vote tomorrow, coinciding with a day of action rally at the airport. The flight attendants demand higher pay and better work conditions. They've been under an amendable contract for nearly 3 years. The union's strike strategy could disrupt operations, but a strike will only happen if mediation fails. And those are your local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
Yeah, so they're gonna take a vote. You know what that's in it? It's right next to Labor Day weekend.
Hey,
Labor Day weekend, and this is going to be maybe the most heavily traveled holiday period this year, maybe since COVID-19. This is going to be a big deal. Seats are at a premium, and they say that the ticket prices, airlines all over the country, all over the world, have never been higher than they are right now. A lot of people are going to be taken to the roads as a result of that. This may also go down as one of the most accident-prone Labor Day weekends at that. But if these guys decide that they want to go on strike or make the noise like they want to go on strike just before the Labor Day weekend, just before all of these airplanes and the schedules are all set kind of in stone, could be an unmitigated disaster across the country. So watch and see how that plays out. 6:43. I'll be right back. Don't you move.
Choose the right pediatrician for your child. Your child may need to be seen by a doctor throughout the year. An FHP pediatrician can help ensure your child is safe and healthy. Now accepting new patients. For appointments, call 671-646-5825, option 1. Most insurance plans accepted, including Take Care and GovGuam self-funded. Self-pay patients welcome. Open Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. FHP Pediatrics, our island, your clinic.
Choice Broadcasting and Micronesia Mall presents the 2024 Home and Lifestyle Expo. Sunday, October 6th. Join us as we showcase an abundance of Guam businesses to help you buy a home and create a lifestyle that tailors to you. Booths are available now. Hurry, they're filling up. If you're a business that specializes in landscaping, realty, furniture, home insurance, and more, call 888-7346. 646 and ask for Doris, Ali, Daryl, or Shanzi. For more information about the 2024 Home and Lifestyle Expo, call 888-RDIO.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Portions brought to you by the guys over at Wendy's. It's breakfast over at Wendy's. I was talking to somebody yesterday. Ron McNinch was talking about how much he raves over these things they've got there, including their 2 for $4 breakfast deal for your morning cravings. Choose from the sausage biscuit or sausage and cheese English muffin, small seasoned potatoes, medium hot coffee. So pick 2 for just $4. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's 2 for $4 breakfast meal. What's that? A traffic signal? Yeah. Yeah, that's the sound of the traffic here on the point. That's when I got to look and see what's going on. Nothing major intersection traffic. Most of Marine Corps Drive until you get to Day-to-Do. A little bit of traffic over at Waiseng Song, but the real build is up around Ukadu right now, and maybe even more up towards UR Market. Expect some delays coming out of there. Don't know why. 1 and 3 a little bit slow. Once you pass it, you're also going to run into some traffic over at the Micronesia Mall intersection. Southbound Marine Corps Drive, though, through Upper Tumon and the Tumuning area, mostly intersection traffic and maybe a little bit of traffic right now just before you get to the Weston, if I'm reading the map correctly. Micronesia Mall to 8, 10, and 16 looking fairly clear right now. I'm not seeing a whole lot of traffic on 8, 10, and 16. It will busy up around Untalon Middle School and Wendy's for all of the usual reasons. Route 10 looking pretty good. Don't see a whole lot of traffic that's going to make you crazy on Route 4. And then we've got that weird slowdown again at downtown in between Adelup and looks like it's affecting northbound traffic right around just before you get to the Adelup and the governor's office. And then after that, it's looking pretty good. Might see a little bit of traffic slowing down by the port on the way to Big Navy in Sumai. Nothing major at that intersection to speak of. At 646, there's your right now traffic. This is The Point.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance.
Attention all models. Are you ready to make a splash?
Join us for the hottest casting call of the year, our Summer in September Wet and Wild Bikini Fest.
The Dugout and Star 101 bring you the Bikini Fest of the Year, presented by Star Productions. We're searching for fresh faces to light up the runway and dive into a day of fun, cash prizes, and fabulous local fashion.
If you've got the confidence and charisma to rock a swimsuit or beachwear, we want you. Yes, you.
Casting takes place on Friday, August 30th at Club Zoe. Be there at 8 p.m. Don't miss your chance to shine in the sun.
Be there and be unforgettable.
Hey, it's the Ray Gibson Show. Just trying to save you money, just trying to make your life better. And I know the guys over at NissanGuam.com want to do exactly the same thing. And sometimes, it's a good year to buy yourself a new car. Sometimes it's a good year, a great year, to buy yourself a used car. They got a Kaduku sale that is going on right now, up to 30% off the used car inventory. Price is so low, you'd think that they were going crazy. Used cars starting as low as $8,047. And might be going, well, whoa, what kind of car am I going to get for $8,000, Ray? Every candidate for the used car lot goes through a 32-point inspection. And unlike the schools, they have to pass all 32 points. There is no C grade at Nissan Guam. There's no B grade at Nissan Guam. There's only A's make it to the lot. And so they take care of everything and make sure that you're going to get great value for your dollar. You want details, go to NissanGuam.com or swing by and ask for Marlon Laxon, a.k.a. Kuya, the Kaduku Kuya, and see what he's got to say about your brand new used ride.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Oh, that's sweet. Dave Jargaloff online saying, by the way, I voted for you. Oh, I got the feels now, bro. Appreciate that. And if you absolutely need it, a reminder that today's empty promise number 6. If I become Pika's best radio personality again in the year 2024, I will bring back plastic bags, paper bags, and plastic straws.
Savior, you.
Really, I mean, honestly, guys, just
Are you Jesus?
Ask yourself this question. Am I? Wait.
You might be, man.
Ask yourself this question. Since we've gotten
The
rid of the paper
Antichrist.
bags and the plastic bags and the plastic straws, is Guam that much cleaner? Has that
Yes.
solved? Has that
I'd
solved?
say yes, man.
All of that's because you're being you know,
The turtles are eating less plastic, Ray.
what? There are more turtles. You can't paddleboard in Tumon anymore. There's so many damn
They're
turtles.
bumping into everybody.
Right. So I'm just saying, has Guam ever been cleaner? Really? Take a look at your environment here. Walk around. Spend a little bit of time. Walk, if you will, between, say, the ITC building and Paseo next time you go out for a walk, and just see how much junk is out there. Is it done the job, or is it just inconvenienced shoppers and people that want to be able to drink a soda or a tea or a water with some ice in it through a straw without the thing getting all weak and limp and turning and shredding the little paper, the cellulose all over your drink, and they don't taste good. So that's going to be among my promises. 10 away from the top of the hour, Ray Gibson Show, until it's not going to be anymore. Landon is on the line.
The strong one.
The one that is built for torque and not speed. Landon Idlet on the national for the National Weather Service.
Sun's out.
Always a pleasure to talk to you. And as we do, let me just check and see if the radar's working again.
No, it's not.
I know guys in telecom. They can fix this, bro. Take out the 28.8K modem in there and put in a 56.6, and maybe that will solve the problems.
Well, it looks like it's part of a comms line that's been unearthed, and it's vulnerable to the weather elements. So that's going to be a problem that we're going to have to discuss with GTA, and we're going to be having a radar committee meeting coming up next week to discuss the latest issues and hopefully get some plan of action for the communications line.
Roger that, because it sounded like the Air Force guys. Sounds like the 36th Wing Commander did everything that he's capable of doing.
Yeah, and definitely the radar is in fine shape for operation, and hopefully that remains the case for a long time. Now, if we can get to these communications issues, then we should be up and running. But with the history of this radar, it feels like it's one thing after another, and I do hope there's sunnier days in the future for this radar.
Thank you very much, National Weather Guy, calling for sunnier days. People waking up to wet roads and maybe some rain falling this morning. What's that from?
Yeah, we definitely have some spotty showers out there. Nothing significant, but we're going to have these hit-and-miss showers through much of the day today. We have a broad disturbance passing to our south. That's a large, weak circulation somewhere within Chuk and Yap states. That's going to be pushing westward. But we're going to have these just spotty showers throughout the day today and tomorrow. Nothing significant. There's going to be a mix of sun and brief showers passing by. This weekend, we could still have more showers lingering. Some of the models are implicating the possibility of a monsoon-type pattern developing on Sunday and into Monday across the region. That's all circumstantial with development in the northern Philippine Sea, with possibly another tropical cyclone or two up in the Philippine Sea. Of course, any action that does develop in that region is going to be well to our northwest and north.
Gotcha. What about the weekend? I mean, a lot of people with a lot of incredible weekend plans going on. Is it going to be sunny for them? I mean, I've got the autism community's got a golf tournament, something like that. So is it going to be sunshiny for them?
It won't be all sun. I do expect it to be a continued mix of sun and showers, and that's typical for this wet season time of the year. So it's not going to be a top 10 weekend for a Labor Day holiday festivities, but it's also not going to be a washout. So make sure your plans, your outdoor plans, especially if you're going to be at Ipoh Beach on Sunday, that you have showers in mind. Again, it's not going to be a washout type of day, but it's just going to be a mix of sun and showers and probably some southwest winds.
You'd drop something in about Ipoh on Sunday.
Yeah, I think that's the annual Gov Guam picnic, and
that
inquires about that.
That I forgot. Hey, wait! Real Joe's taking a picture. He's doing a selfie here. I have to wave. But okay, so it's Labor Day. Oh, that is this weekend, isn't it?
That is this weekend.
Oh crap! Yeah. I completely forgot. Oh, programming note: we're not going to be working on Monday. There's none of me. There's no Real Joe. There's no Donna. There's no Jerry Roberts. There's nothing here on Monday because we're going to be recovering from our incredible role in the picnic that's going to be taking place. Do you guys are you guys going to do a booth down there? Are you guys doing some?
You know, formally we've not had a weather service engagement or booth at the Etah Beach, but if we were invited, I'm sure we would spin something up.
Homeland Security and Civil Defense, man. These guys need to dedicate a quarter of a big 20-footer to you guys.
Well, if they did, we would be there.
Hint, hint. Are you guys listening over at Homeland Security? All right, listen, 6:55 in the morning. I know how crazy busy you are. I took a look at that map that you guys put together with the ambassador report and kind of looked at it and said, yeah, okay, that makes sense for around this time of year. The places that you think are busy are busy. I was talking with a friend of mine the other night. And he was concerned about what might have been going on in Hawaii. They just had a hurricane move through there, and near as I can tell, it didn't do anything other than bringing in some higher than usual winds and a lot of rain. They do okay?
That's correct, and Hawaii did do okay for the most part. That thing kept well south. It's scraped by this the big island. That hurricane is now weakening and going up into the open Pacific. That is no threat to any of our islands in this region. There are a couple more tropical cyclones that the Central Pacific and the Hurricane Center are watching in the Central Pacific and the Eastern Pacific. They'll be coming toward the Hawaii region, so keep an eye on forecasting conditions there in Hawaii if you'll be transiting through Hawaii into the mainland in the coming days.
Yeah.
Also, if you're going to Japan, watch out for that Typhoon Shanshan. That is now a Category 3 typhoon. It is moving ever so slowly, eventually making a path into western Japan. It's going to be tracking right over the heart of Japan this weekend. So if you have travel plans through Japan, do check the forecast. It probably won't be so bad for Tokyo in the coming days, but if you're going to Fukuoka or Osaka, you want to check your flight information.
And usually that's all it impacts. I mean, they're really, really good in Japan about hunkering down, letting the heavy winds go right over them, and then coming back out and fixing things really, really fast. They do an excellent job at that. Moving in the other direction, Labor Day travel, there's going to be a ton of flights out of the Pacific and Indo-Pacific area out to the United States of America. I'm looking mostly at the heat map because Keenan McCausland up in Washington was remarking about how warm it is up there right now. And there's some parts of eastern Washington that are at 90 degrees. And that's real heat. That's not the kind we get here.
Yeah, that's real heat, and that's significant for anywhere in Washington State. And so I've not been following the temperatures over there, but yeah, that's something to take note of if you're in the Pacific Northwest. Of note, I was talking to
Southern California, New Mexico, in the hundreds.
Correct. And just recently, they've had a lot of warmer weather in Washington, D.C. area, but they dipped down into the 50s just in the last week in Washington, D.C. I was talking with headquarters. Listed they hit a record low temperature. So 90s one day and then 50.
Not a whole lot by rainfall across the country either. So, I mean, it's going to be one of those, if you're traveling in that area, hydrate. Landon, as I say, it's always a pleasure talking with you. Hope to see you and your brother out there sometime soon, all right?
We will be out there soon.
All right, 888-8255, 888-TALK. That's the telephone number, Joe. Takai online saying, Morning Woostig peeps, Ron and Cindy De La Rosa, Hafat Zoe Kitsutsu, and let me see, you got Joe Cruz. Now, Joe sent me a video of purporting allegedly sent me a video. Wait a second, hold on, because I'm sorry, I'm distracted.
Yes.
It's the Tulsi Gabbard dressed as Wonder Woman memes that are floating in. Thank you, Left Guam 99, for popping these into the meme machine here this morning. Yeah, I suppose that could look like.
She's got blue eyes. One blue this way and the other one blue that
Stop. And I'll see if I can get that video up on the screen. Do we have time? 6:58. I've only got 90 seconds to see if I can drill into some of this and hear what you said is a very impassioned plea about the racetrack. Is that what you said it was? All right. Do I have any audio? You can hear it? For some reason, I can't hear.
You can close now on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was about Saturday when I went to the Raceway meeting. And as I entered, I sat and listened to what they were saying, and everything has been done to stall the Raceway's renewal. Just every roadblock you can possibly imagine. You just watch in here who's stalling, who's holding this back. They point fingers at you, say special interests. Oh, this is special interests. But what they're not The real special interest is the special interest you do not see. These racers have come before us many times. Many times. They say that, oh, who are these people? You know, they're a bunch of, you know, who are they? These guys got a bona fide revenue tax identification. They have a business license as a non-profit organization.
Yeah, we don't have the time to get through all of this. If I fast forwarded this through the Kamala thing that's going on right now, if I fast forward to that, would I get to a point where they're voting on giving the guys from the Guam Raceway Federation?
No.
Okay, well, I got something to do while the news is playing. That's already started 7 seconds ago. Here it comes.
President, but the new indictment pares down the allegations after the Supreme Court's ruling on immunity for official acts.
The same 4 core charges are included on this indictment. The reason that Donald Trump was re-indicted, if you will, is because the Supreme Court came back somewhat in his favor on July 1st of this year, telling Jack Smith, the special counsel, essentially in layman's terms, you need to go back and rethink about your case before District Judge Tanya Chutkan.
Fox's David Spunt. There's a hearing in the case next Thursday. The updated indictment was presented to a new grand jury. The new indictment no longer lists a Justice Department official as a co-conspirator. Chance in Michigan as Trump running mate J.D. Vance rails against Vice President Harris on the economy.
Young people cannot afford to buy a home in their own country. We're turning a generation of 20 and 30-year-olds into permanent debtors. Donald Trump and I believe young people ought to own a stake in their own country, be able to build a life and start a family. That's what we're fighting for.
He was in Big Rapids, northwest of Detroit, criticizing the plan for a battery plant to be built by a Chinese-owned company and blaming Democrat policies. A new Reuters Ipsos poll gives Trump a 3-point edge on the economy. That's down, though, from an 11-point lead in July. President Biden and Vice President Harris plan to campaign together Labor Day in Pittsburgh. The former president says his first debate with Vice President Harris will have the same rules as the June debate with President Biden, including no notes and mics off while the other candidate is speaking.
There's never been a question that Donald Trump wants debates.
Republican National Committee co-chair Laura Trump says he's ready to do a debate next week on Fox, which Harris did not agree to. They're scheduled to meet September 10th in Philadelphia. America is listening to Fox News.
If you had an incredible tool that could do wonders in your job and career, wouldn't you want to use it as often as possible? What if I said that such a tool exists for all managers and supervisors, and it's either not used at all, used incorrectly, or is only used with a fraction of its power? That tool is the one-on-one meeting. Giving regular and productive face-to-face time with a worker has the potential to be a major boost in their advancement, as well as improving the organization's goals for employee retention. What we're after is conducting high-impact sessions that drive productivity, growth, and make a difference. Thursday, August 29th, Guam Training presents Effective One-to-One Meetings, a course that will help build team morale, performance, and stronger working relationships. Effective One-to-One Meetings, just one of 6 powerful courses offered between August 20th and August 29th. Get the details for Effective One-to-One Meetings and the other courses offered at guamtraining.com. It's all waiting for you at guamtraining.com.
Yes.
And now, former hostage is back with his family after being rescued by the Israeli military.
Elite Navy commandos entered a tunnel in the southern part of the Gaza Strip. There they found Kaid Farhan al-Qadi, a 52-year-old Bedouin man who was taken from southern Israel on October 7th. The man's family was seen running through a hospital in the city of Beersheba today to greet him. He has 11 children. The rescue comes as lower-level negotiating teams are still gathered in Cairo, Egypt, to work toward a ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas.
Fox's Trey Yingst in Tel Aviv. The new school year begins with new restrictions on cell phone use in multiple states.
For students in Milltown Township, New Jersey, the new school year brings a new phone policy. Elementary and middle schoolers must keep phones in backpacks or lockers all day. High schoolers must store phones out of sight during class.
Fox Business's Lydia Hu. Some states are requiring restrictions, others offering incentives to districts. A contentious rock duo is reuniting.
It's official. Oasis is getting back together for a set of shows in the UK next year. After their 15-year feud, the band's co-founders and siblings are putting it all behind them. Liam Gallagher posted on X a video announcement of the tour.
We made people feel something that was indefinable.
Oasis will play 14 shows next summer, including 4 at London's Wembley Stadium and 4 at Manchester's Heaton Park. Tickets go on sale August 31st through Ticketmaster. A press release reads, "There has been no great revelatory moment that has ignited the reunion, just the gradual realization that the time is right." Michelle Polino, Fox News.
Back-to-back records for the Dow, up about 10 points today to the new closing high, 41,250. The S&P and the NASDAQ also finishing in the green. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
Wow, Bay Pacific, 70 years.
That's right.
Are you celebrating?
You bet. For starters, we opened in 1954, so we're offering a very special personal loan with rates as low as 5.4% APR.
5.4?
And you can borrow up to $50,000 for whatever. Summer travel, back to school, paid on credit cards.
Can I apply online?
Yes. And in any of our convenient offices. Bank Pacific. Where others put branches, we place roots for 70 years.
Equal opportunity lender. Conditions apply.
At Guam Regional Medical City, world-class heart care is just a heartbeat away. GRMC is pleased to welcome board-certified interventional cardiologist Dr. Mahesh Gola and Dr. Bishoy El Babawi. Together, they specialize in advanced heart interventions to treat heart attacks, various heart and blood vessel conditions, arrhythmia, and more. For more information, visit grmc.gu or contact 671-633-GRMC. That's 671-633-4762. For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Chelon, San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
Your 7 o'clock local news is brought to you by AB Risk Solutions.
Half a day at 7:06. I'm Donna DeJesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. The armed kidnapping suspects who forced a 27-year-old man into their car remain at large. Police are now on day 7 in the search of the 2 suspects. The kidnapping occurred last Thursday in broad daylight as the victim was walking along Route 3 in NCS Derrida near the White Market bus stop. He was forced into this dark-colored Toyota 4Runner at gunpoint and hit with the weapon. He was able to escape when the driver made a stop at Shell and employees called police. Anyone with information is asked to call police or report it anonymously to Guam Crime Stoppers. And Teresa Arreola, nominee for Public Health Director, faced tough questions about the Manila facility during her confirmation hearing. The building's been unused since a reported electrical fire in 2019. Arreola says she won't reopen it, citing safety concerns. But Speaker Teresa Terlahi questions this decision, saying no official assessment's been done and insurance found no fire damage. Arreola wants to centralize staff at a new location. Terlahi pushes for reopening the old facility as a central clinic. Public Works promised an assessment in January, but there's no update yet. Arreola says she won't move anyone in until it's deemed safe. More news after this.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
A $10,000 retention bonus for GPD officers was added to the fiscal year 2025 budget. The bonus, given every 3 years, applies to officers who meet satisfactory evaluations. Senator Chris Barnett highlighted the need to address GPD's pay disparity, noting their heavy workload with lower compensation. While some lawmakers, like Senator Joanne Brown, supported the focus on GPD, Senator Dwayne St. Nicholas wanted to include customs and corrections officers, but will do so in a separate bill. Barnett clarified that satisfactory performance includes positive evaluations, no criminal misconduct, adherence to laws, and completion of continuing education. The retention bonus aims to reduce attrition and improve officer retention. And the command suite at Naval Hospital will be renamed in honor of the late Dr. Ralph Guerrero Sablon following approval by the Navy. Dr. Sablon, who passed away in April, was the first Chamorro captain in the U.S. Navy and a decorated Vietnam War veteran. He served as the region's only dermatologist for 30 years and held several key positions at Naval Hospital, including executive officer and chief of clinic services. The dedication ceremony is scheduled for the 30th. Congressman Jim Moylan, who advocated for this honor, expressed gratitude to Navy officials who supported the request. And those were your top stories. Now back to Ray with weather.
He was a terrific guy, and forever and ever and ever always had a chance to see him in his office over by Harvest as I was dropping off the kids for all of those years. Good luck and Godspeed to you, Doc. It's 9 after 7 o'clock in the morning. On screen right now, got images from First Beach. Thank you, Alicia Duenas Ferris. And we'll get around to talking about the weather surrounding this. All right, the crazy stories that are also coming in from that side of the island, although further north, getting word that the Coast Guard is out looking for some more individuals here. Dave sending this in. U.S. Coast Guard search and rescue controller reporting 8 suspicious vessels traveling towards Anderson Air Force Base, Retidian area. Air Force security forces have been informed. 36 Wing Commander out there with his 2 ivory-handled guns, waiting for them to make some kind of ingress on the base. We'll follow up on that in a second. Scattered showers and thunderstorms in the forecast for today. Partly sunny with highs near 88 degrees between raindrops. Scattered showers tonight, scattered showers tomorrow, and tomorrow evening as well. Partly sunny tomorrow, and Friday they say partly sunny skies. Daytime highs of about 88 degrees. You heard the forecast from Landon a few minutes ago. Not too much to add to that, other than 30% chance of rain. Heat index today 96 degrees, and sunset tonight at 6:35. General Moylan coming up next.
Calling all chicken nugget lovers. It's time to get saucy with Wendy's. Their flavor-packed nuggets are freshly tossed and sauced to create 7 mouth-watering combinations of flavor, featuring crispy or spicy chicken nuggets tossed in one of 4 delicious sauces: honey barbecue, garlic parm, buffalo, and spicy ghost pepper. The Wendy's saucy nugs are available in 4, 6, 10, or 20 piece and served with a side of ranch or blue cheese dipping sauce for the next level nug experience. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Saucy Nugs.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance.
Studio time 7:12. Portions brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. And Kim and Ron over at Security Title. A little bit later on, we'll play a commercial where Kim actually describes what she does at work. Come on, pat yourself on the back. More here. You guys do it better than anybody else does. You in the real estate game, second phone call after you make to your realtor has got to be Kim and Ron at Security Title.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Doug Moreland, he's the toughest AG on crime. Doug Moreland.
I feel that I get feels every time I play that song, knowing that there's somebody out there keeping an eye out and keeping Guam safe from as many of the thugs that we've got out here. More superseding indictments now, I'm sure, ahead for a couple of thugs that walked out of the Department of Corrections again, and now are going to be adding years to their sentences. So I hope you enjoyed your couple of hours out on Lamb. Good morning, General Moylan. Good to have you online again.
Good morning, Ray. Thank you.
A couple of interesting stories surrounding the Attorney General's office. One of them is an attempt that you guys are trying to make to backfill the medical examiner position that was recently vacated by Dr. Nine. How's that coming along?
Right, that's moving quickly. Dr. Nine is still working with us, as well as other medical examiners that we've created somewhat of a network to deal with that function in our government. And as soon as, and I understand that GMH may be sending us a writing that his curriculum vitae is meeting the first threshold, or the applicant.
Okay.
We're going to convene the postmortem commission to further decide whether this doctor will be interviewed and accepted. So that's going to be done very quickly. I'm hoping within the next 2 weeks, probably. within 2 to 3 weeks, we should have it on the agenda, having the meeting, and then hopefully coming to an agreement with them.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, you want to talk about your seller's market here. There aren't too many people in the ME game, period, in the entire world. So, you got places like this, and even big cities fall into the same trap of, how do you replace somebody that has been in a position that's a very, very high demand and lucrative salaries.
That's correct. And also, especially from our prosecution arm, we have to make sure that this medical examiner is palatable, acceptable, and good at what he does to convince our juries for the forensic analysis on murder cases, manslaughter, you name it. That's an important part of proving to our people the exact cause of death when we have that situation occurring.
Right,
Luckily, we don't have too many that are going on right now in Guam's community.
Fortunately, 715, though, it seems to me, though, in some and maybe higher profile cases, when there are questions, and even if you've got an ME, a competent ME, are there not also traveling experts that you could bring in to review like documentation and maybe do their own forensic analysis and then provide testimonies in court?
Guam is, over the decades, been in the process of incorporating those different forensic evidentiary tools in-house. I know we've got the DNA they just opened it up at GCC, and the police department is now trying to incorporate a DNA, the ballistics testing for the firearms, the bullets and stuff. The medical examiner has always been, starting with Dr. Espinola, when I remember 20 years ago, he was a great resource for us and, trusted by our jury and our judges and community. So this is filling a slot like you got an attorney general, chief of police, the governor. Medical examiner is important, very important for a community.
Oh, absolutely. And Dr. Park before him, memories of reading stories, and I think it's possible I might have interviewed the guy once upon a time. 7:16 in the morning, General Moylan on the line with us. One last thing, there's a story floating around. I just barely got my fingers on it. The headline was tantalizing, though, talking about some people that want to make it so that an entire judge is recused from any criminal cases because of a relationship with you.
That's right. The judges, and this isn't unique to...
Yeah, because we got a lot of judges on Guam, and we just pass those cases around like candy.
Well, for decades, ever since the judiciary, there's been certain attorneys that don't appear before certain judges because of family connections. Judge Cordelia with Mike Phillips, Dave Lujan with certain, judges and stuff. So this is just going on the line of meeting the standard that everybody that goes to the courts have to have that feeling that the judge sitting in the middle is actually unbiased. And defense attorneys have raised an issue about, Judge Tolentino and some relatives that I have. So, it's going through the normal courses, and I'm sure it'll be figured out at some point. But, confidence in the judiciary underlies all these concepts. You want an attorney that's going to be your advocate, going to win their cases and so forth. You want a judge that's going to sit there and listen to both sides and make a unbiased decision. So, I believe that after, analyzing it along with the AGs in our office, that the defense attorneys do have a point, that we don't want defendants thinking that the judge is favorable to the AG or opposite to that. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things. We're working it out. And the procedures are you file objections, and then they're reviewed. And if the judge does not want to disqualify, I think Judge Tolentino is taking the position that he thinks that he can be unbiased. Another judge looks at it, and if it goes to the Supreme Court, then they're going to...
Yeah, I was going to say, there's always an appellate process, and somebody's going to come up and say, hey, what about?
Right. It's part of that, the unbiased justice system that we all expect when we go to the judges.
Then why wouldn't it extend to other cases not involving criminal trials?
It's just because I'm the Attorney General, the Chief Prosecutor, so to speak, of the criminal trials, representing the people of Guam. An issue has come up, and it was raised by a defense attorney. Visiting Judge Camacho issued a decision that under the rules of 6107 is the, you must have an unbiased judge sort of thing. He felt that because of the familial connections that the judge would not be unbiased, so he disqualified Judge Tolentino. Now, other cases are coming up similarly, saying that the judge cannot be unbiased in this case. Therefore, give it to one of the other judges. And of course, we've got 7 judges, 2 magistrates, and as you said, there's a lot of judges.
I was saying that with my tongue in my mouth. I know that we've. I remember there's a new guy that they're going through the confirmation process on now.
Right, that's a magistrate. That's Sean Brown from our office, and I support him. That's actually, I believe, is it tomorrow? I think it's tomorrow at 5:30. But part of the process, they're not actual judges; they're actually magistrates. So they have, I think, a 3-year appointment term. But this is part of the administration of justice to ensure that our court cases, these criminal cases, get adjudicated, that these defendants, the accused, have their day in court. So you got all these rules around. That's why you go to law school. That's why we have the Constitution. And that's part of the process, Ray.
All right. And do you have a census? I'm just curious. Do you have a census on how many judges we've got in the system now that are suffering from Moylan derangement syndrome?
Well, no, based upon the number of prisoners that are being stacked at DOC, I'm actually very encouraged and happy that I think, and there's rumors that go around the attorneys, that the judges that had that kind of like they're a bit soft on sentencing, they're throwing the book at these defendants, and it's setting a safer community. When defendants know that if they commit this crime, they're going to be at DOC for a very long time, that is a very
encouraging,
awakening fact of life that these guys are facing. Those 2 guys that got out this morning, I'm checking to see whether they're non-U.S. citizens, because these guys, that's your first ticket out of Guam, is to keep screwing up on Guam.
You saw the same thing. You saw the same comment. KUN's got a comment feature, and that was one of the comments on it. Was boarding pass, please?
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yep.
We'll gleefully pay your plane back to come back into any U.S. jurisdiction.
Yep.
That's a good thing with the FSM right now. The compact is still the same. You have to be a law-abiding citizen or law-abiding person to come into the United States.
Yeah, if you need mileage, let me know. You need mileage, I'll be happy to help support the deportation of some of these guys. 721. Listen, it's always a pleasure talking with you, General Moylan. Have a fantastic day. I'll see you soon.
You too, Ray. Thank you.
888-8255, 888-TALK. The Extra Point, not with Jerry Roberts, coming up in a couple of minutes. But first, I got some time to tell you what happened on the market. I got the S&P 500. Up, not by a lot. It was almost 9 whole points. NASDAQ picked up almost 30 whole points today, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average is up by almost 9 points. You telling me that the big winner today by points is the NASDAQ? And I'll take a look and see how well they, what components led them to the top. I got the FTSE up by almost 18. Nikkei up by 178. The Hang Seng Index up by 75. So, numbers are moving in the right direction. They're just not moving with a whole lot of speed behind it. I got the Shanghai Index down by about 7, and the DAX picked up 65 points. Big winner on the NASDAQ this morning included Workday, Warner Brothers, Marvell Technology, Tesla is back in the top 5, as is ARM Holdings. Down around the bottom, Grail Inc., Intuit Inc., PDD Holdings, Synopsys, and Micron Technologies. So we take a look at some of the commodities here. Where's gold? $2,560. More record territory for that. As I said, is gold becoming that much more valuable, or are the dollars that are buying them that much more useless? West Texas crude at $75.76. I was encouraged yesterday because I was able to get you a new TAPIS number, but it's still Wednesday, which means I won't see a new TAPIS number until later in the day. 79.39 was where it was yesterday, and hopefully it will move down as some of the other commodities are. As I said, oil was $75.76. Yesterday it was $77 and about a quarter. The Japanese yen, let me see, 144.02. Yesterday was 144.15. Philippine peso doing about the same thing. Very, very narrow trading, 56.26 today. And the South Korean won at 1,327. That moved off by a tiny fraction of a won in the strong direction. So you got that going for you. Real Joe's sole job for the financial community here on Guam is to recite the Bitcoin number.
61,381 today.
All right.
We're down by a grand.
From where it was yesterday. Yeah. And people don't freak out about that, which is something kind of crazy.
Tight.
7:23, 7:24 in the morning. We'll get into Jerry Roberts and the Extra Point right now. This one here originally aired back in 2020. It reminds me there's a Republican candidate out there named what's his name? Payne. No pain, no gain.
Bring the pain.
I don't know if Jerry Roberts considered that when he put this together. It's issue number 516. Do you buy no pain, no gain? Do you think the guy who first said no pain, no gain knew what he was talking about? I'm Jerry Roberts, and today we'll talk about discomfort and where it fits into our desire to get better. That's next on The Extra Point.
New benefits are taking flight. Instead of 2 times miles, the United credit card from First Hawaiian Bank is now introducing 3 times miles on every dollar spent on United tickets purchased through United ticketing channels. Apply by August 31st, 2024, and if approved, you can earn 35,000 miles when you spend $1,500 within the first 3 months. Get on board with the First Hawaiian Bank United credit card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. To learn more, visit a First Hawaiian branch or go to fhb.com/United.
At APL, their expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Quick, who made the famous phrase that says "no pain, no gain"? Who was it? Did you say Arnold Schwarzenegger? It wasn't him. Did it come from Nike or some other clothing brand? Nope. Never mind Google. I'll save you the trouble. What if I told you the phrase was the work of Benjamin Franklin? It's true. In the 18th century, Franklin said, "There are no gains without pains." When it comes to personal growth, this is a well-known fact. In order to become something different and better than we are, we're going to have to experience change. And most of us don't like change. We'll gladly take the growth and the good that may come our way, but you can hang on to the changing if there's pain involved. Thanks. The trouble there is that the two naturally go together like peanut butter and jelly, Kelligwin and rice, and 6 Guam drivers turning left on a red. But I digress. To experience personal growth, it requires that we leave what is called our comfort zone. When I first heard that years and years ago, my first thought was, hey, if I'm comfortable, why do I want to leave? The question was answered later in life when I read the quote, "There's no standing still. You're either moving forward or you're falling behind." That told me why comfort zones don't work. The world is always changing, and if we don't change along with it, our comfort will disappear. There's nothing wrong with being comfortable. That said, there is something wrong when that feeling of comfort lulls us into complacency or, worse, entitlement. We begin to take things for granted. We see it in marriages when people get a little too comfortable and they stop doing the little special things that they used to do for each other. They exist in the workplace where great workers aren't made to feel appreciated by managers, so they take another job. In customer relationships, too. Customers buy a product for years, and gradually the company stops working so hard to get the business. What a surprise it is when the business is captured by the competition. When it comes to growing, we need to take a step. We need to step up our game and do things that make us a little bit uncomfortable. And that means maybe public speaking, learning unfamiliar skills, maybe building a morning routine that includes a long, cold shower. Well, there's that again. Whatever it is, the discomfort experienced is usually only temporary until we get used to the new activity, until we get comfortable again. What should we do then? Well, how about pushing the envelope a little and adding a little bit more discomfort again? It's really about discomfort, grow, comfort, discomfort, grow, and then it goes on and on and on. If we want to get better, it's important to accept the fact that discomfort is not our enemy. It's the bridge to who we are about to become. And that's today's Extra Point. Get out there. Make something good happen today for 93.3 and The Ray Gibson Show. I'm next. Jerry is somebody's day number 2 this week of his workshops.
Yeah.
And I think today's workshop is
Covering others.
Street smart networking. Make everybody uncomfortable. That's always been kind of a thought that I have about competition. You know, it's one thing, you know, you get a competitor who comes in and says, I'm going to eat that guy's lunch. I'm going to take all of his accounts. I'm going to steal all of his customers. And yeah, if you can, yeah, sure, great. Or maybe you've got a little bit of a longer view, and maybe the fun here comes not in trying to steal all their customers at once, which I've found is impossible. It's just getting inside their comfort zone, get inside their margin a little bit, get inside of, pull in some of their big guys and see how that impacts them. Tomorrow's workshop is going to be effective one-to-one meetings, and if you're interested in, might even be time to get into today's, if there is room, go to GuamTraining.com and the World Wide Web at 7:30 in the morning. Donna D with a look at what's going on in news and headlines, being brought to you by Rudy Rodolfo and his team over at BK. Everybody excited about the fiery menu that they have. And you're going, well, they got Whoppers that are fiery. They got chicken sandwiches that are fiery. What else do they have with the fiery menu? Fiery mozzarella fries and the new fiery chicken fries are available at your favorite BK drive-thru. At 7:30, news here also being brought to you by the team over at Hoffaday Realty. They're Pica's Best Realty for 2023, saying thank you very much for a vote in 2024. In fact, when you vote for me for Pica's Best Radio Personality and the point for Pica's Best Radio Station, the very next category is real estate. And so, yeah, you've got a couple of opportunities to vote for them and Auntie Loli and all of that. So get some of that done this morning at 7:30 while the news is playing. Donna D with headlines. Hoffa, what's going on?
The two detainees who escaped from DOC early yesterday morning were apprehended hours later at a Manila apartment complex a couple of miles from the prison. This is the second escape incident in a week. The detainees were being held in the Dome unit with 80 other prisoners, guarded by a single officer. Investigations are underway, both criminal and internal. Meanwhile, after a 4-month search, there's one applicant for the chief medical examiner position. AG Doug Moylan says the applicant is experienced and has a connection to Guam, and he is expecting a decision within 2 to 3 weeks. The current chief medical examiner, Dr. Jeffrey Nine, is working remotely. The AG says he's considering keeping Dr. Nine on as an additional medical examiner. And $500,000 in aid for the homeless has been approved, but concerns remain about its allocation. The Office of Homelessness and Poverty Prevention has faced funding cuts. While public health can assist with food, shelter, and medical care, it doesn't have a dedicated homeless program. The acting health director says they will use the funds to support existing programs and a contracted service provider, Guma San Jose. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
Okay, let me see what we can work on here this morning. 7:31. Last hour, we got into a piece of a video, chunk of video that Real Joe sent to me, and it begins with Joe S. I guess they're done with the budget stuff yesterday. Was that what was happening?
I wasn't really paying attention that tight.
So yeah. So when they're done working on stuff, they always kind of go through and see if anybody else wants to bring anything up. Kind of a miscellaneous, kind of extemporaneous at the end of the thing. You know, so, all right, we've done a big job on this session, and is there anything that you guys wanted to bring up? I guess Kane Dwayne wanted to talk about the racetrack, and kind of following along in the beginning of it. And then there gets to be a point in there where I think he lost me. He got really excited. He got on
emotional.
He stepped into what I like to refer to as a stream of consciousness that went into a pretty interesting place. I'll play that audio for you here, probably on the other side of these.
It's sizzling out there, folks, and GTA's hot summer deals are turning up the heat. Switch to GTA and get up to $375 off a brand new iPhone 15 when you sign up for any unlimited wireless plan. That's $16.55 a month on our installment plan. But wait, there's more. We're waiving the activation fee and giving you a port-in credit. That's right, extra savings just for joining the GTA family. Limited time offer, terms and conditions apply. Visit GTA.net for more information. GTA, we start the summer with you.
Honor, courage, commitment. This is the foundation of Vince Borja's life. Vince is a soldier, an officer, a combat veteran. After surviving a traumatic childhood, Vince joined the Army and dedicated his life to fighting for freedom, putting himself in harm's way during 3 tours in Iraq. Vince is battle-tested by life and by war. He will bring honor, discipline, and order to a legislature in disarray. Vote Vince Borja for senator. Strength and honor.
My name is Vince Borja, and I approve this message.
Whoa, just this weirdness here. Somebody's showing me the inside of the refrigerator.
That's weird.
Okay, no, okay. So you know whose refrigerator it is? Stephen Blake's. Real guy. And he's got real coconuts next to his Shasta Twist inside the refrigerator.
Yeah. It's clean.
Bro,
At least it's clean.
Are you a bachelor?
Where's your mustard?
Where's your beer? Where's the leftovers, man? That ought to be a thing. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow, where we'll have everybody send in pictures of their refrigerators.
Yeah, I want to see too.
Brad, mine I think looks like everybody else's, but I guarantee
Show us your almond milk.
I guarantee there's going to be somebody's refrigerator where everything is laid out kind of in alphabetical order. You know, it's like the most organized thing in their lives.
Serial killer.
7:34, right? 7:34 in the morning. What am I supposed to do here? Portions of the broadcast made possible by BTB Beyond the Box at the Micronesia Mall. All kinds of stuff for your a digital life, and if you got kids that are back in school or going back to school, they've got all the accessories that they need in there as well. Got dorm dwellers, make sure you got Bluetooth speakers, and I'm not talking about little petite Bluetooth speakers. I'm talking about one. Wake up the dorm. Let them know you're from Guam. Go out there. You play your Chamorro jams on the big Marshall Bluetooth deals that you can find today at the first floor of the Micronesia Mall and Beyond the Box. Oh, man, we're hitting everything early, Joe. It's like 9 minutes before we normally run into this.
It's Wednesday.
It's okay. It's 7:34 portions now of the program where we try to take a look at what's going on in the traffic. And is there traffic now? Yeah, heavy coming out of Gigo in today to do. It's heavier. Almost full stop just as you pass Paris Acres over by what looks like the area where the fire station is, and expect some slower traffic all the way to Waisangsong. You're not going to see a whole lot of traffic past that because everybody's stuck behind Waisangsong right now. So it's just a little bit of traffic bleeding off of Route 3 on the Marine Corps Drive. Slower than usual traffic in front of all the major intersections, Micronesia Mall, and then into Upper Tumon, making your way down to the Weston Hill, and then into Tamuning. So just traffic delays, but not heavy right now because it's still early. 7:35. Route 16 all the way to 8, 10, and 16 looks pretty clean there. Don't see anything that's going to slow you down. Not even at Untalon and Wendy's. We do see some traffic on Route 4 in the usual spots at the intersection of 4 and 10, at the Cost You Less intersection, as well as Ordot and then Afami-Sinahanya. So expect some delays in the usual spots if that's the way that you get to work here this morning. Anything south of that in the downtown Agenia area? Nothing major. Maybe a tiny bit of traffic getting in front of Big Navy, or maybe that's just infusion traffic. Are we pumpkin spice yet? I'll check with the coffee wife. 7:36 in the morning. There's your right now traffic. This is The Point. BK's new fiery menu now available for a limited time only. The Fiery Bacon Whopper and Fiery Bacon Royal Crispy Chicken Sandwiches are full of heat with creamy fiery sauce, pepper jack cheese, and seasoned fiery bacon. The Fiery Mozzarella Fries and Fiery Chicken Fries available for 8 and 12 pieces. Cool down your fiery flavors with our refreshing Fiery Strawberry and Sprite. Fire your way to BK Tumon Bay, Agenia, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. Home of the new fiery menu. You rule.
It's time to celebrate 30 years of cleaning our coasts and sandy fun. Join us for the Guam International Coastal Cleanup on Saturday, September 21st, starting at 6 a.m. After the cleanup, head on over to Ipao Beach from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. for the first ever Guam Sandfest 2024. Witness incredible sand sculpting demos, sand sculpting competitions, a variety of food vendors, live music, and fun activities for kids and the entire family. It'll be a sensational day. Register now at sandfestguam.com.
Rediscover talk radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
Nice. Stephen Blake going coconuts online here this morning. That's interesting stuff there. Doesn't look like somebody's house. That looks like a dorm. I'm looking at the background. Dungeon.
Someone's dungeon.
But, bro, that looks like it's a brand new refrigerator, though. That's right off the line over at Home Depot, isn't it? 7:37 on the Ray Gibson Show. 888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number here at the radio station. And as Doug and I, General Moylan and I were laughing about a few minutes ago, he's going to take a look at the two inmates that temporarily exited their accommodations over in the prison and find out if they are deportable, which goes along with at least one of the comments at KUM's website that said, boarding passes, please. Boarding passes for Zivan Shofat and Parkley Ansey, found hiding in an apartment along East Rojas about just after 10 o'clock in the morning. With the full story and details about what happened, what happens next, is Cousin Fred Berdalio, Director of the Department of Corrections. Good morning, Cousin Fred.
Good morning, Ray. Morning, Juan.
Hey, man, what's the matter with your Department of Corrections? Everybody's trying to leave.
You know, I told those MU Lujan students, some of those fourth graders said maybe it's the food. It's not the food, okay? And some of them said maybe they miss their birthdays, which was very, enlightening. But that lot of the MU Lujan students, were right there. They said they miss a lot of things, and there could be always possible reasons why individuals escape from the prison. So, but what we're doing, of course, it's an ongoing internal affairs investigation, ongoing criminal investigations, right? It's an ongoing criminal investigation.
And I appreciate that, but I think there's another story that says that at the time of their escape, there was only one officer from the Department of Corrections watching about 80 of the inmates. I mean, it's 80 would be hard if that was the total population of the prison. Obviously, it's a small fraction of the men and women that need 24-hour day, 7-day-a-week guarding over there. But is it unreasonable to assume that one person could keep track of 80 individuals?
That's why we're short, and a ship always has to have another rover that comes over. But you really you can't, it's not really good to have one officer. You really need two. But when you're limited in your manpower, we're still recruiting. We still have a cycle. I just finished selecting about 15. We can go up to 25, and we have also a reserve program. We're still recruiting for that. But we definitely need more manpower, because that helps out with even individuals who could be assigned to the perimeter.
Yeah. Just to keep an eye on the outside fences. You don't necessarily have to interact with the worst of our society here. If all you're going to be doing is just making sure that nobody's throwing contraband overboard and nobody is sneaking out of holes in the fences, I mean, that will help.
And that's why, Ray, some of the officers, they hurt me when they said, like the officers, the special ops and the fugitive apprehension unit, they were saying, so you think, Director, we can get 25% like GPD? And I said, first, we got to get more people hired, using more money that we get appropriated for the hiring of more security force, because we're at about 180. We need to move that up to about 200. So before we even talk about raises or, increasing the cost of the wages of the current force, we need to actually get more people, and then that way these guys won't be as burned out with 12 hours.
But did they not also at the legislature? And I think what's good for one uniformed part of our society is good for another one. We got all you guys go through basically the same training, and so we've got now a retention $10,000 retention for police officers, and maybe the same deal ought to be made for guys in the Department of Corrections. So, pay raise is coming, but here is an incentive for you to stay despite even the hard days.
That's right. But I just came from recently, I don't know whether I shared this with you, but I came from a Correctional Leadership Association conference, and they shared studies, and they said, people leave organizations not because of the pay. They leave because of a supervisor, and that's the trend. So it's about creating a kind of climate, climate surveys. Military does that about how's your supervisor supporting you, how's the leadership of the organization supporting you. That's the thing. That's the key thing. You do that, no matter what the pay would be, more people would stay. That's my hypothesis, my theory on that. I agree with that.
I say do both. Let's do both. Let's do your surveys. Let's find out what the sentiment is among the green uniforms that you supervise out there. And a point that I'll make here is he is the director of the Department of Corrections. There's a whole other set of levels below him before you get to the new guy in uniform.
Yes,
and
again,
they need to be held accountable to the system.
Workforce, with the pay, with any kind of sizable pay, then we need to also ensure our security force has that level of a balance of education and training to prove to the public, and plus the quality of the performance that they're working.
Well, now, it's the silly question that's in my head. How many escapees are we going to have next week?
Well, we hope to have none, and for the rest of the year to the ending of the holidays. Of course, our security force has to be motivated, dedicated, very vigilant, And I trust they're doing their best with the resources that they have.
Do you need help from the police department? Do you need help from your old brothers and sisters?
We always extend out from the police to make routine patrols, including the Department of Agriculture, who has their conservation officers every now and then checking the perimeters, so that randomly, every now and then, when they're on their patrols outside our fence, if they see anything suspicious.
Well, good luck. You do it like in old POW movies. Have them chained to each other, and they also have to sleep in a row. And nobody's allowed to leave until the light comes on. And we got more people running around to keep the island safe over at the Department of Corrections. Cousin Fred, always
my thanks to the men and women that participated with the Fugitive Apprehension Unit. And I was at the command post. I'll send you the pics. A combination of the Guam Police Department, probation, court officers, our parole officers, members of the U.S. Marshals, and also marshals from the courts, Guam Police Department, that was leading that at the command post to recover the two inmates that were apprehended back in Manila.
Looking forward to seeing those pictures.
They did a good job.
Gotcha. 797-8255 is the mean machine. That's the number to send them to, so I can get them up on the screen faster. 7:44 in the morning. Cousin Fred, always a delight talking with you. I'll see you soon.
Okay, see you soon. Thank you.
745 888-8255 888-TALK.
Did you see those haircuts they had, Ray?
Yeah. Well,
I noticed.
I was looking at
the
haircuts
tattoos were wild, man.
This is the trend now, bro.
I guess
the dude
mushroom head.
Yeah, there's a whole mushroom head thing that's going on, and I don't think it's just these kids. I see this all over the place. In fact, I'm gonna. No, it's bad. It's bad. Somebody's gonna talk them out of this. It's like they put a bowl over their head and then they shave everything all the way out. But what interested me the most in the story that Nick Delgado put on KUAM is. I always got to laugh about this when you've got guys that are in and they've got these tattoos. They've got these prison tattoos. And it always freaks me out when they've got religious tattoos. Like this guy's got a rosary, full rosary tattoo around the neck, and
sorrowful
I'm going,
mysteries.
Yeah. So I'm going, oh yeah, you're a child of God. That's right. You're a child of God. You're just misunderstood, wrong place, wrong time. Brother. And then now we've got you, and so he's got that, and then he's got the little teardrop down by one eye.
Yeah, you know what that means.
No, I don't. I assume,
yeah, me neither.
They tell me that it means that I killed somebody. I killed somebody on the inside or something like that. I don't know. It's a what? Jonelle Rama says it's called the Edgar haircut.
Edgar.
Jonelle Rama, I need more information on this. I need to know where it is that people are getting this haircut and burn the place down. I think it is the Crocs of haircuts, if you will. It is the Croc shoe of haircuts. You got the telephone number. Don't be shy about using it. I've got plenty of time to go over all kinds of other interesting news, including the odd statements that were made by Kane Duane over at the legislature yesterday, as well as some interesting news that I got from, where's this now? Monty McDowell sent it to me. It's a note from Mariana's Variety that says Star Mariana's Air is rescinding the notice to discontinue scheduled service. So they are going to be flying in and around United's friendly skies. How about that? 747 and friendly, wanted to make them friendlier skies. Congressman Jimmy Craig Moylan on the line here this morning. Buenos and half a day, Congressman.
Half a day, Ray. Good morning.
So we got Star Marianas that decides they're going to stay in the game. I'll read a little bit more about that story a little bit later on. And that goes as a companion to your story from yesterday about trying to petition for the EAS for Guam and the Mariana Islands.
Right. Essential Air Service. It's a grant program. The federal government has that. We got money in there. And that's for these rural areas, which we can be added to that list. Guam, CNMI, Mariana Islands as well. So amendments need to be dumped to appropriation bills. Basically, with the grant program, the airline would then apply for the grant, and with that money, you can then use that to reduce this high cost of getting us to Saipan for like $500, which I believe I'm going to Saipan tomorrow.
Let's see what it looks like at the end of all of this. I know that there's dueling press releases on all of this, but I want to stay in the realm of the story because it is prohibitive right now for regular Joes and Bobs and Rays to get on an airplane and go up there to do whatever it is, business or goofing off. Likewise, it's difficult for people from the NMI to be able to get in here. Does it need both you and Kilili moving in the same direction with transportation to get this done?
It's very helpful, and Kilili did sign off as well at different measures to include the exemption on the cabotage as well. So we're both looking at it for the One Marianas idea. How do we help the people in the Marianas get from here to there at a reasonable cost? So one way is the cabotage law, having that adjusted, and the other way, which is the EAS program, we have put amendments into the appropriation measure to say we're going to increase the amount of funding in the EAS program, and then after that, we're going to add Guam and CNMI to the routing for the EAS program as well. Those two things get passed. This allows those airlines that are traveling within this area to apply for the grant, apply that money then to Ray to buy his ticket. Instead of $500, maybe it's $200 that they cut off, and now it's $300.
Well, I don't. What is it? $500 if I do it wrong, but if I get the version of it with that don't have any exceptions built in over at United, it's supposed to be a whole lot cheaper. I haven't even bothered thinking about it for quite some time because I mean, frankly, it's I would rather use that money to go and support my medical checkup in the Philippines or maybe goofing off in Japan. 10 away from the top of the hour. Congressman Jimmy Craig on the line. While I've got you on the line, is there anything going on? I want to say that are we waiting for the approval of the NDAA? Has that made it all the way through? Are we done with the Senate vacation?
Not necessarily. We'll be back in September. I go in a couple of weeks here, and the House has passed it. The version from the Senate is out. Now the House, the Senate, and the committee needs to get together, hash it out, and that's to make sure we got many amendments and several appropriations bills that we want to ensure remain there. And so that's my duty when I get back, that it's not removed. Then it goes up to the president. So still the process is not complete.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping we get some closure on that so we get a little bit better of an idea of what we can expect out here in terms of the growth of the military. I am hearing from a variety of sources, all of them unofficial, about significantly higher numbers that are going to be coming in that will represent not just the Marines that are going to be out here, but also different forces that are going to be associated with the, what do you call it, the missile defense systems.
Which is handled by the Army. A whole bunch of contractors coming on out to. We have many beneficial amendments in there to help Guam too. We're looking at 1.8, I believe, $billion so far, but there's other grants that we're putting in to include these different items that we're talking about with the EAS program too. So
right.
A lot of good things in there, and we just got to keep on pushing.
It depends on who you talk to. I mean, you got a predecessor and a couple of other guys that have got a think tank going that are concerned about not enough attention being paid to other parts of the infrastructure, power, water, housing, that kind of thing, and the impact that it's going to have on Guam.
Yeah, so we do have pluses in there we have homeless in there as well, utilities with the FEMA Reservoir or the Ugam Reservoir and hardening of the outer lanes for Marine Drive. That's all in there. $147 million at least for the roads. So we'll list it. We'll keep people informed of what we've done and where we're at to push this forward and get it passed by the president. And then we'll see what happens in the next election, too.
All right. And just a note on the Republican Party nationally, it seems to be growing, and that's because of an incredible number of Democrats that seem to be joining the fold. What were your thoughts when you heard that RFK was coming in and Tulsi Gabbard's coming in to sit next to him on the Republican bus?
Yeah, that's all a plus for us. It's the party needs to come together, and that's a good sign. And it's the values of the Republican Party that we're trying to push. We need to get past the struggle of in fighting, which everybody has, but we're really focused on what we want to do for the country, and my special focus is what I want to do for the people.
Well, and that's why I mentioned Tulsi Gabbard's name in particular, is because the way I see it, she's one of us. She's from the hood. She's from the Pacific hood, and
right.
she's got the stripes from Hawaii. She knows as well as anybody else between here and Puerto Rico and Alaska, Guam, and the NMI. They know what the problem is with prices around here, and among them for many years has been the Jones Act. Wouldn't it be cool if Tulsi got herself a gig in Trump's administration and was able to actually do something about that for all of us non-CONUS parts of the United States?
Absolutely. She's our friend, and last time she came through Guam, we took her off the plane and brought her down to...
I know. Don't remind me that you didn't come by here. In fact, now I'm pissed. I'm going to talk to you later. I'll see you.
All right.
I remember not getting a phone call. Yeah, thanks very much. Appreciate that. 754, Jimmy Craig Moreland, the congressman.
Yeah, hang up on him.
Yeah, I did. I just did.
Thank you.
Yeah. We need, you know what, I don't use it, but, you know, I've got an actual handset on our system.
Yeah,
I should have gone,
true.
thank you for reminding me, and then slammed the phone down on him. I'll be okay. I'll be all right. Bob Kelly is going to reset and calm my nerves. Bob, we're getting together later on today. I'll send you a beep.
Okay. Actually, what I was calling about, very important, was on the prison security. But before I do that, I travel regularly to the CNMI. And the current rates, if you're a Guam resident, you can get an economy basic. That means you can't carry any luggage for $298.99, and you can get a economy with unrestricted or with baggage for $398.99, which still $398.99 is almost $400, so it's $100 cheaper than the $500 it got up to. So it's a little bit better.
Yeah. I'm trying not to ballpark around 500. And then, of course, the news that I got from Monty. I'll put this back up on the screen. Star Marianas is going to continue flying between Guam and the CNMI.
Yeah. The key on United is you have to go up before you make your reservation and put English, Guam English. If it's Guam U.S., you're going to be charged the extra $100. But if it's English Guam, as far as your location and language, then you'll get the less price.
And then I'd need to be there for a month to make it worthwhile.
I've been doing one-day trips, so I don't know.
Well, yeah, but you got clients that pay for that kind of thing. For me, it'd just be an adventure trip, and it wouldn't be so bad. They are in the same time zone, right? I could do the morning show from up there.
Well, I mean, yeah, very easily.
And I also heard that somebody bought the old Hyatt property. Anyway, on prison security, what do you know?
The prison.
Yeah.
Called about the prison. What they really need to do is put a major investment, and we're probably talking at least $8 to $10 million in technology, so they can reduce. You were asking if one guard can guard 80 people. Well, one guard with no assistance from any technology, that would be difficult. But with facial recognition, artificial intelligence, cameras, and so on, video analytics, you could take that prison with the current manpower, and if the technology is put in place, they can have a secure and safe prison because the technology can notice when something's going wrong. It can monitor the inmates. If there is a fight, artificial intelligence can pick that up and alert the people. It has facial recognition and can know where people are. If all the areas where people could come and go, like the prisoners didn't go through the fence, they had to go through some sort of a gate. If that was monitored with facial recognition, it would provide an alert right away. That's where it is. And besides, facial technology doesn't get overtime. I'm not facial, but artificial intelligence doesn't get overtime. It doesn't have sick days. It doesn't have the other problems. It's really where the money has to go, and they have not invested enough in technology. They need a technology audit for running for correction systems, and they need to implement that ASAP. So if the legislature is going to do anything, they need to demand a technology audit and have that turned in, and they need to fund it, and they could solve 90% of the problems that Fred has over there.
All right, good points, and I might expand on those a little bit later on. In the meantime, I've got a congressional candidate, Ginger Cruz, on the line, who wants to respond to points that Jimmy Craig makes. So excuse me as I hang up the phone on you and bring Ginger in. Buenos and off a day, Ginger.
Off a day. How are you, Ray?
I'm good. We've got a couple of minutes before Fox News.
Sure. So
Yeah, I was listening to Congressman Moylan, and really, the problem is the U.S. Congress is not the Guam legislature. That is not how Essential Air Service works. Essential Air Service is this entire program, which is designed for, rural communities way out in the middle of nowhere. And so it's not as easy as going, hey, we're going to try to put an amendment to add some money in and get to use that program to, subsidize United Airlines instead of trying to bring down the cost, right, to get lower airfare. It's never going to work because Essential Air Service is something that only works between small underserved areas with little planes, 30 to 50 seaters. The idea that Guam, which is going to have 1 million tourists this year, and I'm sure if Carl Gutierrez has his way, it's going to be 1.5 million in no time at all, is not eligible in any way. So you would have to, in order to make his harebrained idea work, completely rewrite all of the enabling legislation for Essential Air Service to actually make it work. It's non-germane. And this is the problem because, Jim Moylan, bless his heart, has nobody on his staff who understands the federal regulations, the federal rules. Literally, there's not a single senior staff person. He has no legislative director, no policy director. So as I'm looking at this and I'm pulling up these draft laws and draft legislation that's going on, you go to the Rules Committee, anybody can go on the website of the U.S. Congress, and you can see right off the bat, it's non-germane, it's never going to work, and it's providing false hope. It's just a marketing campaign done before an election to try and attempt to demonstrate to people that he's going to fix it, but he's doing it in a way that is absolutely never going to work, and it gives false hope to people. And it's
Ding,
really
ding, 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 ding. Sorry, it's like the debate. I got to cut you off. I got time for Fox
All
News
right.
here. All right. Appreciate your thoughts, Ginger and Jimmy, in the same half hour. You can play them both of the tapes in your head. We've got to jump to Fox News. Ignacio, I'll see you on the other side.
To overturn the 2020 election results, but it does narrow some of the criminal complaint. It follows a Supreme Court opinion on presidential immunity, giving deference to actions considered official conduct. The new indictment removes allegations former President Trump pressured Justice Department officials, but keeps in place an allegation the former president attempted to pressure his Vice President Mike Pence to refuse certifying the electoral count. Still, a trial in the case is likely months or even years away.
Fox's Jared Halpern in Washington. The former president, meanwhile, posting on his Truth Social account that he's reached an agreement with Vice President Harris on next month's ABC debate. The debate will be stand-up. There will be no notes. And he says ABC has assured him that the debate will be fair and equitable. After 326 days in captivity, a hostage in Gaza is rescued by Israeli commandos. The man was found alone underground.
They had to navigate all the twists and turns of Hamas's vast and very complex underground tunnel system, and eventually they were able to extract the hostage and get him home. His first stop was the hospital. They got him there by helicopter. That's where doctors right now are evaluating the freed hostage, identified as Qaid Farhan al-Qadi. He is a Muslim and a member of Israel's Arab Bedouin community. He'll undergo a series of tests, but the hospital says so far he appears to be in generally good condition.
Fox's Jeff Paul in Tel Aviv. 108 people, including several Americans, continue to be held by Hamas. Wall Street, the Dow hits another record high, gaining 9 points. The Nasdaq up 29. America is listening to Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance.
This summer, don't miss out on a hot opportunity. Save big when you upgrade to Docomo Pacific's Business Unlimited Max. Say goodbye to hefty fees and enjoy free roaming in the U.S., Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines. But that's not all. From now until August 31st, save up to $20 a month on payments. A whopping $600 in overall savings. Plus, receive $150 towards mobile accessories. Some conditions apply. Call 688-2677 to upgrade and maximize your benefits this summer.
Team leader opens the door to negotiations with the United States over his country's nuclear program.
Iran has a new president, Masoud Pezeshkian,
And Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei says there's no barrier to his government engaging with the enemy, warning, though, the U.S. is not to be trusted. It's similar to what he said around the time of the 2015 nuclear deal, which had several nations' economic sanctions on Iran lifted in exchange for limiting the nuclear program with monitoring. Former President Trump withdrew the U.S. from that deal, calling it one-sided, and Iran's nuclear program has been advancing since. There have been indirect talks with the Biden administration, and Trump could be returning to the White House. It's unclear how a President Harris would deal with the issue, although she said she would take whatever action is necessary to defend against Iran. Chris Foster, Fox News.
Another school district telling kids to keep their cell phones away during school hours.
For students in Milltown Township, New Jersey, the new school year brings a new phone policy. Elementary and middle schoolers must keep phones in backpacks or lockers all day. High schoolers must store phones out of sight during class. Mounting evidence shows phones and social media harm youth mental health and impede learning. Nearly a dozen states are taking action. Some mandate schools enact restrictions, others incentivize measures. Without a requirement in the Garden State, Middletown school board members adopt their phone restriction with optimism. An informal Facebook poll conducted by a Middletown parent group shows most are receptive, and few even want phones kept at home.
Fox Business's Lydia Hu. Florida has banned the use of cell phones in schools, and California is considering it. Leonard Riggio, who transformed the publishing industry by building Barnes & Noble into the country's most powerful bookseller when he took over the company in 1971, has died. He was 83. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
At APL, their expertise and extensive work can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Attention all models, are you ready to make a splash?
Join us for the hottest casting call of the year, our Summer in September Wet and Wild Bikini Fest.
The Dugout and Star 101 bring you the Bikini Fest of the Year, presented by Stelstar Productions. We're searching for fresh faces to light up the runway and dive into a day of fun, cash prizes, and fabulous local fashion.
If you've got the confidence and charisma to rock a swimsuit or beachwear, we want you. Yes, you.
Casting takes place on Friday, August 30th at Club Zoe. Be there at 8 p.m. Don't miss your chance to shine in the sun.
Be there and be unforgettable.
Off a day, it's 8:06. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on The Point. GDOE officials are optimistic about the reopening of Finnegodson Elementary and GW High School. After completing inspections, Southern High School requires additional work before it can reopen. GDOE is ahead of its inspection schedule with Jose Rios Middle and PC Lujan Elementary Schools already inspected. The goal is to have all students back in their home schools by September 30. So far, 29 schools have been inspected, while 3 are currently undergoing inspections and 9 more are scheduled. Meanwhile, in Saipan, the CNMI Department of Public Lands is reviewing a request to transfer the lease for the former Hyatt Regency Saipan property to David Hood and MB Capital. The transfer was requested by the property's current owner, Saipan Portopia Corporation. Hood, with 35 years of business experience, intends to self-fund the $30 million renovation and rehire former Hyatt employees. DPL is evaluating Hood's eligibility and has not yet approved the transfer. More news after this.
Disco fever will be in full swing at Circle K's 7th annual Craft Beer and Whiskey Festival on September 28 at the Regal Royal Laguna Guam Resort. Sample from an impressive selection of far-out beers and whiskey while rocking your most righteous 70s outfit. Boogie down to Rad Entertainment and get a chance to win $1,300 in cash prizes. Early bird tickets are available now until August 31st. Purchase from any Circle K location or online at craftbeerfestguam.com. Join us for a groovy night that will be totally out of sight.
United Airlines flight attendants are set to announce the results of a strike authorization vote tomorrow. The announcement will be part of a nationwide Day of Action rally, including one at the Guam airport. Voting began on the 1st and ends today. The flight attendants have been pushing for a significant pay increase, improved work conditions, and job security. They've been working under an amendable contract for nearly 3 years and filed for a federal mediation in December. The union's strike strategy, known as chaos, could disrupt the airline's operations, but a strike will only occur if negotiations deadlock. And UOG's Center for Island Stability and Sea Grant has announced funding for several projects. They're tackling major challenges facing Micronesia's coastal ecosystems. The university is putting about $350,000 into these studies over 2 years. Research topics include healthy coastal ecosystems, environmental literacy, sustainable fisheries, and resilient communities. 6 projects got the green light, ranging from coral reef studies to ocean literacy programs. Austin Shelton, the center's director, says these projects will provide valuable insights for resource protection. He promises more research initiatives are on the way. And those are your top stories. Now back to Ray with weather.
Oh, boy, somebody lit a fire underneath the Congress people and their staff. Oh, my God. I got to do the weather first. And Ignacio has been on the phone for a while, so I want to make sure I bring him in before we get to Bobby and everybody else that wants to fight over essential air services. Partly sunny today with highs near 88 degrees. They say there could be some scattered showers and thunderstorms through most of the day today, so be prepared for that, at least mentally. Scattered showers in the forecast tonight and mostly cloudy skies. Same thing tomorrow, except partly sunny during the day. Isolated showers Thursday night, and maybe by Friday we'll see just partly sunny skies moving in and get us into an incredible, for a lot of people, 3-day weekend. Program note, we're not going to be here on Monday. If I come in on Monday, it'll be an accident. Rip currents and surf dangers are in effect right now. With the heat index, it'll feel like 96 today. Though I urge you to conserve the electricity. There was load shedding yesterday because I don't know why. Well, I do know why. It's because they said they told everybody that how great they were doing with all these new generators and all the standbys that they've got, and everybody said, all right, we're never going to see load shedding again. Until next time. Sunset tonight's going to be at 6:35. Hashtag tell the others. There it is, news and weather together on The Point.
At Guam Regional Medical City, we strive to care for our patients as we would our family members. With a team of interventional cardiologists, GRMC provides advanced care treatments for heart failure and heart attacks, coronary artery diseases, atrial fibrillation, and more. Let us care for your heart, one beat at a time. To make an appointment, contact GRMC's referral office at 671-633-GRMC. That's 633-4762.
Half a day. Kim Anderson from Security Title here to share some behind-the-scenes functions of a title company. First, we search the chain of title to property, and when a critical link is missing, we work with the owners to correct their ownership. When it comes to a sale, we work closely with realtors and lenders to ensure a smooth closing. Finally, we back up our work with a title insurance policy that guarantees the buyer they actually own the property. Security Title has the management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
It's true. Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by the team over at NissanGuam.com and the World Wide Web. Because it's the summer sales event, you can still get up to $8,000 cash back. It's incredible. Versus starting as low as $143 per paycheck and $8,000 cash back. Centra's, $161 per paycheck and $8,000 cash back. All kinds of great rides, incredible mileage that you're going to get. Listen, all we need to do is know a thing about your credit, get that approved, find out what the other conditions are by going to NissanGuam.com.
Bringing you closer to the action. Any speaker, anytime. Watch and listen live on ThePOINT.gu.
Yeah, do that. 8:12 in the morning. Man, I should have done this story yesterday. It's, Moylan seeks Guam CNMI EAS inclusion. Cruz says it's marketing over substance. I wasn't going to get into the dueling press releases on all of this stuff. I thought it was kind of interesting seeing if we might be able to be a part of the Essential Air Services program. Ginger says Jimmy doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't have anybody in the office that knows what we're doing. We'll get around to talking about that with Bobby Shringy here in just a second. Locally, though, over at the legislature, it looks like we're just about out from under the budget hearing. Ignacio's on the line. Buenas and off a day, Ike. How you doing?
Hi, how you doing? This is my name is Iggy or Ignacio. But I'm
oh no, can I call you Enos? I used to have I used to have Uncle Enos. It was Ignacio. So I'm going to call you that name if that's okay.
That's okay. Here's the problem I got with this budget hearing. Everybody's talking about pay raises and all this stuff. Financing the racetrack, which is I should say no. Guam used to be the number one place of having their own sustainable agriculture, farming. Farming's not a priority in this budget here, and we're being underlooked. Right now, we only have 60 farmers are active commercially, and we're losing them 2 farmers a year because there's no support. Because there's not enough support from the legislature. The government is trying their best, but it's just ridiculous to hear St. Nicholas, who I'm very close with, to support $500,000 for the racetrack for someone to kill themselves. I'd rather see the $500,000 to support the farmers that are still struggling from the typhoon to help rebuild their fence lines to prevent these predators, such as the deer, the iguana, the feral pig.
The Sakimalanias? We need to protect against the Sakimalanias as well. Ignacio, I don't know that it's a question of either or. I think that there's all kinds of money for all kinds of things if we start looking at different ways that we can save money. These guys are all busy handing out pay raises and things like that, and I'm not sure that that's the solution to all of the problems that we've got here on Guam as much as I will agree with you. I like the idea that we ought to be eating cleaner. We ought to be eating better. And we ought to be paying a whole lot less for products that we can grow right here on Guam. I'm excited to see what guys in the bee community are doing. Now I've got honey coming out my ears, and I haven't paid for any because everybody's keeping bees, and we need to have guys like that are overproducing on the corn, overproducing on the sigadizas and the string beans, overproducing on the eggplants and cucumbers, all of that stuff that we grow here on Guam, and find a way to subsidize that so that we can bring it to the stores for a whole lot less and people can be eating more of those things. I agree with you. I think that ought to be a priority. But I've got my heart set on being able to go and watch the races again. I like hiking up in the racetrack area. I think we can do both, Enos.
Yeah, you're right. And I do honestly like the racetrack as well because I love the way you speed for need. At the same time,
we all got it.
Some balances need to be there.
Yeah, I want you to be grow as much as you possibly can, and then buy yourself a big fast motorcycle, or get your car, your truck all tweaked out, so you might be able to participate in the drag. We should be able to do both of these things, but I'm not sure that that's the way they think of things over at the government. When it seems to me, in all of the government, the number one priority is to get reelected and get reelected with very, very happy government and Guam employees and their families.
Yeah, because right now, Ray, I'll tell you right now, it costs $80,000 to put a water line into the farm right now. They have the staff. If they can work hand in hand with the farmers, let the farmers buy the pipe, have Waterworks use the staff to do training to install the pipe, so they can get rid of the middleman. The middleman is the contractors.
Yep.
Contractors raise the price. That's why it hurts the farmers.
Well, they got to eat too. They got to eat too. I mean, I hate to press one group against each other because then nothing gets done. We've got to figure out different ways that we can make things that much more efficient for everybody in our community. Enos,
that is true.
Enos, let's go. You run this time. Run. You can do it. Run as a Democrat, though.
I'd rather be on the radio station.
Me too,
I don't
bro.
want to be Senator Barnett, sit on the chair and act like he's still on the radio station.
Oh, we're going hard on Wednesday.
I said it.
I heard you, Enos. I'll talk to you pretty soon, Brett.
All right.
Don't be afraid to call. You call in anytime. 888-825-5888-TALK. That's the number around here, 8:17 in the morning. There's got to be more. I wished we got all of these people. We filled their minds with dreams. You got Ricky Berdalio, defunto, my Uncle Ricky, who for years and years and years was an advocate for a green revolution. And if we'd have done some of the things, if we'd have funded some of the things that he wanted to do all of those years ago, can you imagine how much further ahead in the game that we would be here today? How much further we'd be? How many different kinds of things? I rattled off a bunch of things that I like to see at the grocery store. I love the idea that when I made my I cooked up some crab the other night, and I threw some onions in there. And I did the eggplant. I roasted the eggplant in the fire, and then pulled off the skin, and then I about Benning Hennis the thing in the soup. Throw some rice in that.
You're not.
Oh, you didn't know I could do that? All right. And I'm going, okay. That came from that was grown here on Guam, and the cucumbers in my salad I wanted from here on Guam, and the cigadizas, because when I make my Ray Gibson's Heart Attack Tinactac,
yeah,
I prefer to put cigadizas in there.
Okay.
And what I don't cook in my Heart Attack Tinactac, that goes in a jar of pickle juice. You know where this is headed, right? And there needs to be more. But there's all kinds of other stuff that we can grow. Did you know that Guam is in the same band that you can grow cashews on? As in cashews. Now, they're not the easiest thing to harvest, but you can get them to grow here. All kinds of citruses, even tobacco. But we've got to get to work. We got to get out from under, pitting one group against another for these rare resources, these rare financial resources. There's plenty of money around here for all of that stuff. $500,000, drop in the bucket. 8:19 in the morning. Bobby Shringy is on the line here. And the next time we have a debate, this needs to be question number one. What about air travel between Guam and the CNMI? What can be done? Jimmy and Kalili and a couple of guys in D.C. have got some ideas, and then Ginger apparently has got her own ideas, or just to say that whatever it is that they're working on in D.C. ain't going to work. Bobby Shringy is also been quoted in the story that John O'Connor did in the Guam Daily Post. What was it he's saying? I would rather heed the advice of the good congressman, he's referring to Kalili here, who has served for nearly 16 years over someone who has never served in a legislative capacity. Now, let's hope Ginger does not derail our efforts, Shringy said. Good morning, Bobby. How you doing?
How you doing, buddy? It's
Man,
been a long time.
I know. It's now, I won't hang up on you. Just don't remind me that you guys were hanging out with Tulsi Gabbard a few months ago and didn't call me.
Well, the next time she's out here, or the next time she calls, I'm going to tell her my good friend Raymond just wants to have a beer somewhere. Maybe we'll go to Carabao. And you know what? I'm going to give you like a 2-hour notice.
I can do it. I'll drop anything. I mean, I'll even leave the show. I mean, if we're gonna, that means we need to be at Carabao at 11 o'clock when they open. I'll ditch, no problem. Anyway, 8:21.
Yeah.
So let's get back into the fight, and then I'll read you the comments that Ginger sent me on my WhatsApp.
Sure. Interesting. Well, I mean, she's obviously entitled to say what she wants to say, and that's fine. Everyone has that right. You know what is unfortunate, and this is just me speaking of someone who has not been on the Hill, is first and foremost, obviously her comments are just mesmerizing, big words, great comments, no substance. Because the EAS is a program that was created to ensure certain types of flight routes are that they basically don't fail. And there's subsidies behind it. Now, yes, what we're proposing is going to be an uphill battle. It is. But it is something that requires a lot of movement. I mean, we're talking to Department of Transportation. We're talking to DOD. We're talking to JRM out here. We're talking to Indo-PACOM. This is a multifaceted issue. This is not something that's going to happen overnight. And yes, on the surface, she's just going to come out and say, dude, let's just put it this way. Jim Moylan can come up can find the cure for cancer, and she's going to criticize it. And this is a campaign season talk, but we're still going to continue to do what we're going to do. It's obviously she does not understand a legislative process where she has not really had no experience in this. This was also proven, and I think one of her comments about discrediting or saying we don't have staff with policy experience. Well, you know what? I am going to defend our staff, both here as well as in D.C., and most especially our policy guys in D.C., who are a bunch of 25 to 35-year-olds who, by the way, represent the norm of just about every congressional office out there, who have individually more legislative experience than she does when it comes to specifically with policy. And these guys work with folks in this capacity. We don't just throw things out for the sake of throwing things out. There's a process in place. And you know, maybe one day, if she's the one the people of Guam elect, and she gets this opportunity, maybe she'll learn this. But don't come out and criticize the staff. This is the same staff that she brought this weird pie-in-the-sky $7 billion GPA program, and I had the staff sit there listening to her, and they basically said, this doesn't work. This is not how this works. So don't come and criticize my staff. Now let's talk about the EAS itself. We're trying to solve solutions. This is not going to happen overnight. This is a process. We've been working with Kalili's office. It's been working really well. We got a great relationship with them. In fact, we basically have a lot of other things that we're working with them before he closes out his legislative term. So I'm going to sit here and I'm going to defend the staff. The program is definitely workable. It's actually the issue between the Guam CNMI flights as well as cabotage in general happen to also be the top issues of the service member quality of life panels. The service members and the cost of travel between here, we all here on Guam face the same battles when it comes to travel. Heck, Ginger might be able to afford the $500 flight to the CNMI, but unfortunately, Raymond, you and I, you know, we would love to do what we did in the 90s. Remember when we used to do the $100 flight?
Oh my God! Yeah. The Labor Day weekend, as an example, is me and all of our friends. We'd get on the first flight out, after work on Friday or early Saturday morning, and we would catch the last flight home on Monday, and pour ourselves into the airplane and crash out for 45 minutes until it landed, and then make way to get back to work on Tuesday. That was the lifestyle that we all lived back in the day, and it would be nice to get something along those lines back, notwithstanding anyway the inflation.
By the way, I also wanted to add. So back in July, right before Congress had to Congress recessed, there were several appropriation measures remaining, and we do have a couple of amendments in there to increase the EAS funding, a couple of other things in the transportation appropriations measure. Now, in about a week or so, I believe September 8 or something, Congress basically reconvened. We don't know if the appropriation measures are going to be discussed then, or will it just be a basic CR to get past to the November elections? And we'll find out.
Well, is it pay-go? I mean, what's the chances of where's the money going to come from? Because that was always an issue back in the olden days. I don't hear too much about pay-go anymore.
The estimated cost for a Guam CNMI subsidy is about $5 billion, and basically offset within the Department of Transportation budget. And you're talking about something in the billions. And these are conversations that are ongoing right now. Unfortunately, at this point, Congress is in recess, so it's a very skeleton operation throughout. Everyone's in their districts. You got folks out there.
There's a lot of elections going on. I can imagine how distracted they're going to be to all of this. And it's possible that in that distraction, there might be a whole lot of rubber stamping going on. So I got my fingers crossed. Let me read to you the comments that have come in post-conversation with Ginger and pre-conversation Bobby Shringy. Jim doesn't understand the assignment, says Ginger. He doesn't understand bullet one. He doesn't understand policy. CNMI isn't even on the list of eligible airports. Needs to get a rural designation. Point two, most EAS subsidies are for small planes between 30 to 50 seaters, not subsidizing 737s and a place with a tourism hub like Guam. Point number three, what Moylan is doing is just one giant subsidy to United. Point number four, solution is to find ways to increase competition and or grow freight usage that could drive down costs. And point 455, Moylan's Republican Party back in 2012 or 14 changed the EAS program to make it harder to provide essential air services. So that's those are the gist of the discussion.
To clarify, the legislation that was introduced actually included the language of the CNMI in Guam. And over the years, the word rural actually has expanded to Guam, the CNMI. So we actually qualify for a lot of these programs, rural programs, including a lot of the health stuff. So that is actually all emerged. And once again, these are things that you have to have good policy advisors on to basically do the research and work with you. And, of course, you have to have your relationships with the legal counsels and CRS and all of that. We don't just do things for the sake of doing things. Ray, this is the same group. Our policy guys are responsible for over $3.2 billion in investments in the fiscal year 2024 NDAA. Over $3.2 billion. All this activity that's going on right now, right? There's so much more that's going to happen. Imagine the surplus of tax dollars that are going to be coming.
Well, if we can keep the work around here and then be able to successfully attach those dollars in the course of the transactions, that's a whole separate conversation. I don't want to get too far away.
H-2B extension,
right?
The $140 million for road repairs that is in the 2025.
Right. And Jim talked about that, Bob. He touched on some of those things. We'll save that for the ads. 8:28. I do want to get into a little bit more of the political stuff here. We got 69 days between now and the election, the general election, and we'll see what happens in the way the votes fall. Will there be a debate? Have you and working with your opposite number on Ginger's team, have you worked out a date for that debate?
I don't think there's a debate. I know there's a couple of forums that are scheduled for the month of October. I saw one from the Guam contractors. The chamber has something at the end of October. There might be another one that I can't remember.
Oh, hell, let's have a debate. I don't want to have a forum. I want to. You guys you're both of you big kids. Everybody involved are all big kids. And I saw the debate and participated in the debate as host between Mike Nicholas and Ginger. I thought it was very, very eye-opening, and I'd like to see some of the same topics come up now to include this one here, because I think it's vitally interesting to everybody living on Guam and doing business between here and the CNMI, as well as the cabotage conversation, as well as the Guam CNMI visa waiver with the Philippines. There's so many issues.
That's actually coming along pretty well. In our last conversation with the Department of Homeland Security, so we had some extensive conversations last year. DHS was very open to the idea. The ball's in the DFA Philippines, Department of Foreign Affairs, and that's really where it's at. And we've been trying to. We have no idea.
You tell me the ball is on our side of the date line?
No, it's in the Philippine government's hands. So basically, DHS, Department of Homeland Security, basically says. We're very open to the idea of adding the Philippines. All right, and this is a conversation that started last year. We've been in regular conversations. The problem here is the Philippines also has among the highest overstay issues throughout the nation. So basically, the DFA, Department of Foreign Affairs Philippines, needs to establish a plan on how they would address the overstay problem, et cetera, et cetera. So we've had numerous conversations. In fact,
but we don't have an overstay problem. But Guam does not have an overstay problem, Bobby. How do we get out from under that? We need to separate ourselves from issues that they've got in the mainland.
So DHS is not looking at it as just a Guam issue. They're looking at it from a general issue. So just to let you know, literally we've been in conversations with the embassy and a meeting with DFA's secretary, who just recently, I believe there was a new acting secretary that was added on. So literally, we were supposed to be in the Philippines in front of that person this week. That meeting just got moved to sometime in September. So what we're hoping for is this has to be finalized before the November election, or at least a plan needs to be submitted, because we don't know what happens after November and if the issue kind of moves down the ladder as well. So yeah,
my recollection is the Senate has already moved on this in the Philippines. It's past the House. Everybody. I'm sorry.
That's a resolution. That's a resolution. That was basically a resolution.
Yeah, okay. You want something more formal. Okay, gotcha. 8:31 in the morning. Yeah. Bobby, always a pleasure talking with you. As soon as we can nail down a debate, and if any of my doctor friends are listening, Vince, Dr. Wen, Dr. Shea, if you're listening, I think it's time for another round here. Now that the question of who is going to represent the Democrats and who is representing the Republicans have been settled, now it's time to get in and mix it up in a true debate between Ginger and Jimmy. Oh, and by the way, are you still there, Bob? Bobby?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, did Mike Nicholas or Amanda send all their votes over to you?
That's going to be a conversation we're going to have over a couple of drinks.
I'll be there about 4. All right, I'll talk to you soon.
Viva Madeline.
Viva Madeline. I'll see you, buddy. 888-8255.
What the heck, Bobby?
My Uncle Robert, anybody? Is there anybody that has been a congressman or wants to be a congressman but lost in the last election that has sent all of the votes over to Jimmy Craig? What are you doing to attract all those guys? See, I didn't have to hang up on him this time. Studio time, 8:32. Donna D with the last big look at news and headlines and a look at celebrity birthdays and special events for the day. That's all ahead right here on the Ray Gibson Show.
Wow, Bank Pacific, 70 years.
That's right.
Are you celebrating?
You bet. For starters, we opened in 1954, so we're offering a very special personal loan with rates as low as 5.4% APR.
5.4?
And you can borrow up to $50,000 for whatever. Summer travel, back to school, paid on credit cards.
Can I apply online?
Yes. And in any of our community offices. Bank Pacific. Where others put branches, we place roots for 70 years.
Equal opportunity lender. Conditions apply.
Are you looking for some eye-catching wheels? Need new tires? Maybe you'd like to spruce up the interior with accessories. Find what fits your ride at Proline. Call 646-5528. Follow them on Facebook at Proline Guam for all the juicy updates.
Yes, I will. 8:33. It's the Ray Gibson Show. And I'm checking around to see if anybody is working on pumpkin spice spiked coffee. And the answer is very, very, very soon. I just can't tell you the date. I'm working on it.
Tomorrow.
I'm working. I'm working on it, guys. I want to, it's not because it's not for me. I just FYI, it's not for me. It's not for me. I just know a lot of people for whom pumpkin spice and being able to get coffee with pumpkin spice or whatever the confections are. It's the beginning of a certain kind of holiday season. Leads us into the Halloween. It leads us into Thanksgiving and Christmas. It's but I don't necessarily drink it. I'm
pie.
Yeah, I'm a coffee black kind of guy, right?
Huh?
Yeah, I don't care about that stuff, but I know people that do. It's like the football season, right? NFL starts, next Tuesday?
Yeah, pretty soon almost.
Yeah, right?
It's coming.
And people go, oh, you're a big football fan. I'm like, no, I'm not. I just know for a lot of people it's a benchmark on the calendar. That's all. 888-825-5888. TALK. Am I supposed to do something here other than say it's time for news and headlines with Donna D?
Go.
All right. Her last big look at news and headlines, and she'll cool down the congressional debate flames here in the studio with the rest of the news. What's going on?
2 detainees who escaped from DOC yesterday morning were recaptured at Arroyo Apartments on East Rojas Street, about 2.5 miles from the prison. Parkley Ansi and Zivon Shofat were free for 4 hours before being caught. They tore a hole in a prison tent to escape. It's the second escape in a week. Last Wednesday, another inmate walked out and was found at a bus stop. DOC is working to prevent future escapes. And Acting Public Health Director Teresa Arreola plans to enhance customer service and restore dental and OBGYN services. Arreola aims to consolidate public health's offices into one facility and improve office hours. Dental services are expected to resume by October. Public health's relocation plans, particularly regarding the Old Manila facility, remain a point of contention with lawmakers. And Star Marianas has decided to continue its air service in the CNMI after meeting with Governor Arnold Palacios. The airline had previously announced plans to discontinue service in October due to a dispute over fees with the Commonwealth Ports Authority. Details of the meeting with the governor have not been released. And that was your last look at local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
Okay, gotcha. 8:36 in the morning. Are you ready for this morning's dose of celebrity birthdays? Yes. Crazy about this. From Scrubs. I believe this guy was the guy that the singing, the boss, the big doctor.
I don't watch that show.
You didn't watch Scrubs? No. There's something wrong with you. I mean, I'm not surprised.
I'm picky.
Funny.
I thought it was a well-written comedy with a nice little medical overtone that went through all of the things and brilliant. Look, any show that was smart enough to bring in Colin Hay to sing Overkill, the acoustic version of Overkill as part of the running gag in the show, I thought was incredible. Ken Jenkins from Scrubs, 84 years old. From Home Alone, Daniel Stern is 67 years old.
He's only 67.
Apparently, Shania Twain.
Who doesn't look like Shania Twain?
Who does she look like now?
I don't know.
Did she?
She got a lot of work done. She doesn't even look like herself.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Why do people do that? I'll never understand it. Just find a way to age gracefully. At 59 years old today,
sad.
From Kung Fu Panda, School of Rock, Jack Black turns 55 years old. And there's going
He's
to be
so funny.
All right, so there's all the hardcore conservatives are going to give me a hard time about talking about Jack Black. Apparently, he's been kind of canceled by the Republican side.
That's not his fault.
He had this band, right, that was out touring, and somebody, one of his partners, made a joke about Tenacious D.
Yeah.
Right, his partner made a joke about Trump surviving the assassination attempt, and then bam, everything was all over. Everything was canceled. Jason Priestley from Beverly Hills 90210.
Wow.
55 years old.
Well, he let himself go.
How Do I is the name of the song that I absolutely love by Leanne Rimes. She's 42 years old. Did she do a song with the Moonlight?
Yeah.
Can't Fight the Moonlight.
Can't Fight the Moonlight. She's
Coyote
42.
Ugly.
Yes, from Coyote.
Yes.
She was
Hello.
actually in that, right?
Oh, yeah.
She was, yeah.
You noticed that, huh?
Like, yeah.
Oh,
Like a Kardashian.
I saw that.
Happy 42nd birthday, Leanne Rimes, and thanks for the tune. And reality TV personality, Honey Boo Boo.
Now we're talking.
19.
What?
19 years old. Big man Rico Blancaflor, 3 smiley face with Valentine's emojis when we talk about Shania Twain. How about that? All right, so happy 19th birthday to Honey Boo Boo. Anybody feel old? If you're looking for something to celebrate today, there's a whole bunch of like miscellaneous bow tie day. I know people that know how to actually tie a bow tie.
Bow ties are cool.
I'm not one of them. I know, but you see people, and you can always tell when it's not a clip-on. I don't know. I don't wear. There's something about my neck that a bow tie doesn't work on me. So if you ever see me, anytime in the last like 5 or 6 years, if somebody had asked me to host a black tie event, I don't wear a tie.
Yeah.
It just looks
No
dumb.
choker for me.
I'm always adjusting or looking in the mirror to make sure it's not like cockeyed. Cherry Turnover Day. It's Rangers Day, as in Rangers lead the way. Go Army. Wait a second. That's going to be a prompt for later. Chamorro Women Army Rangers. Okay, gotcha. It's Thoughtful Day. Red Wine Day, ladies.
Ladies.
Yeah.
Ladies like red wine.
Merlot.
I honestly
Cabernet Sauvignon.
tastes like feet. It's how you know it's good.
Yeah.
I'm not a big red wine fan. I
Tastes
know
like 6.5.
I might know a couple of guys that like red wine, but I'm a beer guy. But I recognize that there are people that like their red wine in boxes. Crackers Over the Keyboard Day, Dream Day Quest, and Jubilee. I don't know what that is. International Read Comics in Public Day.
Whitetivities.
Do your manga. Do your manga. I want. You read your nasty manga on the subway like they do in Japan. Race Your Mouse Around the Icons Day and Rainbow Bridge Remembrance Day. And I was first introduced to the concept of a rainbow bridge when my beloved Cocker Spaniel Mocha Dog passed away, and I went up to Dennis Larson's place, and because Dennis does cremations.
Oh, he does?
Yes, he does. And
okay, good to know.
Yeah, it's always something I
So
keep in the
be
back of my
nice.
head.
Be nice to Dennis.
Yeah, and so he comes, the next day or so he calls me up. He says, "Okay, I've got your dog's cremains," and it's it's kind of a beautiful service. It gives you a little tin with the remains on the inside of it, so you've got some place where you can put it, his favorite toy or the collar that smells still after all of these years smells like the dog. And
if I'm still here, I'll do that with trash.
Do that with me. I want to go in the Rainbow Bridge thing too. Put me in the happy time box for my crackers. Rainbow Bridge Remembrance Day. All right, and there's the special things that we remember and special things that we celebrate today. It's 8:41. Donna, you get out of here, would you? And then that's just me, a real Joe, and you until 10. BK's new fiery menu now available for a limited time only. The Fiery Bacon Whopper and Fiery Bacon Royal Crispy Chicken Sandwiches are full of heat with creamy fiery sauce, pepper jack cheese, and seasoned fiery bacon. The Fiery Mozzarella Fries and Fiery Chicken Fries available for 8 and 12 pieces. Cool down your fiery flavors with our refreshing Fiery Strawberry and Sprite. Fire your way to BK Tumon Bay, Augusta, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. Home of the new fiery menu. You rule.
The UOG Endowment Foundation and Guam Visitors Bureau, in collaboration with Choice Broadcasting, bring you To Now Live on Guam. Join us for 2 shows. Thursday, September 5th for a tropical night with Tanel, an intimate unplugged VIP show at the Hotel Nico Guam. And Saturday, September 7th for the general concert at Jeff's Pirates Cove. Enjoy the beautiful concert space down south, complete with UOG booths and vendor pop-ups. Tickets on sale at Guam time.
8:42 in the morning. Anna Han saying good morning from Bilao. Are we Koror?
Nice.
Or are we Bubble Dub?
Peleliu.
Or are we hanging out on one of the million incredible rock
She's
islands?
Angar with the monkeys.
Anna Han, good to have you online. Bunker hanging out. Joe Takai and let me see, Victor Lujan going debate. Yes. I don't know. I just got a feeling that.
Morning, Victor.
Yeah, that would have been noisy. We were talking with Ignacio, Enos. We were talking about the idea that never mind the racetrack, we need to do more for our farmers here on Guam. We're losing them too fast, and they're not replacing them fast enough. And I think there's enough money to do all of those kinds of things. We've already, we talk about waste in the government. And the fact, obviously, that there are still significant dollars floating around that we might be able to convince somebody in Washington, D.C. that we can use to help out those in the agricultural community, especially as we start talking about being able to create healthier alternatives, whole foods, vegetables, and fruits that are born and raised here on Guam. That's got to keep you healthy. That's got to keep you healthier than anything else. I don't see why we couldn't make an argument that we could use some of that ARP money for it. We've got money for that stuff. And I hate the idea that the people feel like they have to find somebody else in the community that wants something good for them and their crew and say they're not the priority. We should be the priority. I don't like the way the government has put us in that situation. Jeff Pleadwell says indoor hydroponics should be the way to feed the island. Do that all with GovGuam funding. Anne-Marie Pello-Bello is out there. Joe Takai hanging out. Richard Leon. Richard's had a ton of statements out here. To the degree that I can decode Richard Leon, maybe I'll go through some of that. Cousin Teddy is online and has been all morning. Janelle Rama talking about the Edgar haircut. Somebody referred to it as the circumcision haircut. I don't know that I'd like either one of those. I don't know about that, but it is almost a uniform now among some of the younger kids that are floating around, as you can see at Kmart after JFK or Donkey.
Yes.
After most every day.
Everyone's getting a perm.
8:44 in the morning. What's that? Thank you for that opportunity, says Bobby Shringy. No, thank you. It'll be fun when we get around to debate time. So let me move into another realm, if you don't mind, and it'll be just as entertaining, I think, for you as it is for me. I have not watched the entire video, but apparently it was a conversation that took place yesterday, I believe, at the conclusion of the FY 2025 budget session. And when they conclude all of these sessions, they always give an opportunity for people in the legislature to make some comments about something, their experiences, what they'd like to see. And I think we need to get rid of it. I think it's another kind of monumental waste of time. And unfortunately, the way we've seen it be used recently is another opportunity for them to take second and third bites at different apples.
Ooh, is that grandstanding? Showboating.
Grandstanding?
No?
Showboating? My dear Speaker.
Chinese boaters.
Yes. I rise in support of the amendment. My colleague from Mongo Totomari, whatever it is. It's you know what? You're done. Your session is done. We don't need to speak anything else into the record. It's as Joe says, smoke break. Happy hour. Hey, Lena, happy hour. We're gonna go meet with the guys from the motorcycle group over at Carabao. Let's go. And now I have to tell him to wait, because Kane Dwayne is talking, which I wonder if that was going through his head. So Kane Dwayne got up and wanted to say a few things in support of the racetrack. I am in support of the racetrack. I am
too.
But
I'm with you, Ray.
I don't know that I would have made the same arguments that Kane Dwayne did. I don't know that I would have gone down those particular roads. Now, Real Joe said just go find your way to the middle and see what we've got. And frankly, about everywhere that the cursor stopped,
sorry,
it was interesting, including this part right here.
And why haven't those other properties been sent out? Why this one? Why? Because white kids play on it?
What?
Because Filipino kids play on it? You guys want to make this a race issue? You want to make it an ethnic issue? You know, I go to parties sometimes. Chamorro party, and I ask my wife, where are the Filipinos? You know, there's all Chamorros here.
Really?
Go to a Filipino party and there's no Chamorros. It's like, man, we need to get these guys to come out and be friends with each other. You know where that happens? Where every color under the sun plays? At the raceway. Go up there. I was up there. Blacks, whites, Jews, Gentiles, Protestants, and Catholics are up there. Everybody, every race. Defending the raceway is the most American thing to do. And you stole it, and you stole, and you stole. That's all you're doing. And you talk about special interests. People of Guam, look at who's talking. The special interest is the one you don't see. I have only one fight here, and it's for the people of Guam, and it's for the kids. I sat there at that meeting, and I saw all those kids there. You want to have a fight? Let's fight. And I'm going to go out all at it because it's for the kids. At that meeting, Senator Parkinson came up with the 3 ideas of how we can move this measure forward. 3 ideas. You know what I did? I went home that night brainstorming how to do this. I Googled Congress. How can you put a measure? Well, you can put a measure and change policy in a budget bill. Congress does it. Germaine this, germaine that. You know, there's one person in here I can honestly say does not represent special interests, and that's me. I do not wake up. I don't have no handlers. Nobody calls me on this phone saying vote this way or vote that way. Only my wife does. She better vote for that Salvation Army amendment. I do. You know, that's why I sleep good at night and I can be back here and I can say exactly what I want. Because I don't answer to nobody.
Only the people. There we go. There we go. All right. Any more than I'm going to have to charge them advertising?
Ooh, don't get on the naughty list, Ray.
Apparently not. Yes. Apparently they're everybody else over at the legislature is on Kane Dwayne's naughty list because they're bought and sold by special interests. Special interests on the commercial side, special interests on the government side. Not him. Only one he answers to is his wife. And again, I'm glad that he's got all of the passion for the raceway park. I don't know that I would have used that as the argument to make. I think I will go back to the original idea in my mind behind someplace like the racetrack, and that is to make all of Guam's roads safer. That's it.
Oh, I thought you were going to say racetracks.
Racetracks?
Make all of Guam's roads drag strips.
They are already. They are now. They are now. I got we have heard me make the claim about, hey, I'm a kid from the village, and I got the other kids from the village that are motorheads and, want to see if they can, eke out more horsepower from their vehicle, work on them until the middle of the night, and then, when they test it out on the side streets, Roy T. Demion, and trying to get as much speed up before they hit one of Paco's speed bumps out there. So you got that, and we know that there's drag going on. We've got no place for them to assemble when they want to on a Friday or Saturday night, and so they kind of go out there in unsupervised and unsecure locations. And we've seen trouble at those places. We need to bring back the racetrack. That's all there is to it. And whatever steps need to be taken to get it done, need to get it done. The idea that the whites and blacks and browns, both kinds of browns, the Filipino browns and the Chamorro browns and all that, I don't I don't know. I think, it's an interesting view. I don't know that I share that view. And frankly, I'd never been to a party where I said, hey, where's all the Filipinos at? We've gone to a Filipino party. I said, where's all the Chamorros at? Maybe I run with a little bit more of a diverse crew. I don't know. 8:52 on the Ray Gibson Show. Who's that on the phone?
John Birch.
Where do I know that name?
He's with the Raceway dudes.
Hey, Hoffline, John, how you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good. How you guys doing?
Amused, personally.
That's you and me both.
Okay, well, that's kind of an interesting little soliloquy. Was dangerously treading in Kamala territory, if you will. But his heart, I think, is in the right place. I'm not going to disagree with him on the value of the racetrack, as you know.
Appreciate it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Yeah.
So, what's the next step here, bud?
So, I mean, I guess we see what the legislature says today. You know, if there's any opposition, you know, if anybody makes a move with the AG, you know, to see if they can actually get this thing thrown out. And we just wait for it to be finalized.
Under what conditions would it get thrown out?
I have no idea. I'm not too familiar with the legislative process. What happened yesterday was, it was, you know, unexpected, but it was great. I mean, we totally appreciate all the senators. We totally appreciate Senator Wayne St. and of course, the bipartisan, support. That's great to see. You know, it's not a Democratic or a Republican issue. It's an actual Guam issue, and we really saw that from the members of the legislature yesterday.
Well, the next step, and I've seen the legislation that Hans and the crew are pushing for, and I think the only other issue that I've got with it is that it needs to be put over a longer term, so that the guys in the racing community and this federation that they've got have a better shot at being able to pull in longer term partners, longer term partnerships, and sponsorships.
Definitely, man. We're definitely shooting for a longer term than 2 years, 5 years. We're looking for something longer, like maybe even 20 years. But at the same time, we're trying to be respectful of the CLTC and its process, and understanding that we are tenants, you know what I mean? So we want to be able to work with CLTC and have those conversations to actually see what they're open to. But oh yeah, if we could get a 20-year lease, 50-year lease, oh, of course, we'd definitely be able to bring in more support for the drag strip and for the whole racetrack in itself. And of course, you know, given that time frame, we can actually develop the property and make it better for Guam.
There's a lot of moving parts on this one, and it's interesting because I would think that you would have been on the other side of this conversation.
How so? What do you mean?
Well, the executive director of the Ancestral Lands Commission and current acting administrator of the CLTC.
Oh, you got me mistaken. That is not me.
Oh,
Junior.
Oh, okay. Thanks. I'm sorry, I didn't get that in the screener. Okay, so it's okay. I just, it was getting hot in here. I was wondering, am I talking to the right guy here? Because it seemed to me that what we are talking about seems to be at loggerheads with the sentiment that I got out of the CLTC in past.
Well, I mean, I know the CLTC supports open up the racetrack. I know that for sure. The last,
but they had issues with the former version of the federation.
Oh, big time. I don't think they were the only ones that had issue. I think the island of Guam had issue. I mean, personally, me, you know, I just wanted to see things done right. You know what I mean? If there was any wrongdoing in the past, I'd like to see those particular people held accountable. I don't want to see the rest of the racing community, you know, held hostage because if somebody possibly did something wrong. You know, I just don't think that's fair. You know, we can't be punished for the sins of somebody else.
No. But I'm unfamiliar with any investigations, and the CLTC itself could have called for those investigations if they truly felt there was an issue.
Oh yeah, totally agree.
And over the years, I think they just kind of looked at it and said, well, we're not getting our fair share of the door, or there's mining going on, and we're not getting our fair share out of that, or it's unauthorized, or whatever the deal was. It just at the end of the day, they just said, all right, that's enough of this agreement, and you know, picked the date, what is it, earlier in the year, and said after this, no more.
Yeah, that's how it kind of seemed. You know what I mean? There was definitely fault on both sides. You know, the former organization and CLTC. I believe CLTC actually owned up to their faults, and you know, it's a great way, right, to start moving forward
Well, let's do it. So where are they at the legislature on this? I mean, they were supposed to have a public hearing. That came and went. The racing community got together last weekend up in Sinahanya, and obviously there's a continuing groundswell of support for them at this point. What's next over at the legislature? What are you aware of?
Well, we haven't really been made aware of anything from any particular senator besides this session. I think it was pretty intense. So nobody's actually come forward and said this is what's going to happen next. We're definitely waiting for what's next. I mean, we're just all excited to try to get this place open and get the racers off the streets and back onto that track. Where it should be.
And get my hikers up there and get my cyclists up there. 69 days between now and the election. I always worry about people with bills that are go shows all of a sudden getting bamboozled at the end and saying there's no more time on the schedule to hear your public hearing. There's no more time on the schedule to put it on a session. So these guys, you got to keep their feet in the fire, bro.
That was the biggest concern, really. Yep. That was the true concern, was we're going to run out of days. December's going to come, and then all of this is going to go away because the election is over. But it doesn't seem that's going to happen. It seems like we got some great senators in there that are really sticking to their guns and putting in the fight.
Well, just keep beeping me on the radio. I'll let you know, and just tell Joey it's always put the junior so I know.
Definitely. I do appreciate your support, Ray, and thank you for everybody that supports us.
Not a problem. You gave me a shirt. I have to support you.
All right.
All right. That's to my brother. I'll talk to you pretty soon. 888-825-5880-TALK. I don't know if I've got a lot of time for Bunker, but he's coming in long distance. Buenos and off a day. Senator. Hey.
How's it going? Hey, Guam.
You got a choice. We can milk this minute. I can rush you for a minute, or you can call back in 5.
Get the danger off the street, bro. Back on the track. Everything you guys just talked about, I totally agree. Dwayne got me fired up, man, because that's how I would be.
Have a good
because
day.
This is important for the safety of the people of Guam. The racers get Rico Blanco Force, community of RC up in there, people who fly planes up in there, all kinds of sports. Get it in there and get it going. You can make a lot of money. All that. If money is the concern, then what are we waiting for? Start making it happen. People spend money all the time. I've spent $500 on one race evening, bro, to get there and race. So what does that say? That goes into the community, into taxes. Whoever pays taxes gets that money. And I don't know what's the roadblocks for.
I don't know. I don't know that it's special interest. It would surprise me a great deal if it was. I think. Yeah. Well, I think that there were other issues, timing issues that came up.
Look at the windshield.
All right, amigo, got to run. It's 9. Here's Fox News.
I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Special counsel Jack Smith has revised the federal indictment against former President Trump.
Still has the same 4 core charges from when he was indicted last year, but it narrows some of the language. The language is a little bit tighter, and it takes out mentions of certain people that special counsel Jack Smith felt that he could not move forward if he wanted to be successful in court. Something else to point out, a brand new grand jury heard evidence in this case and decided to indict. This is not the same grand jury from last year. Now, this all comes after the Supreme Court early last month on July 1st ruled on presidential immunity, ruling in Trump's favor.
Fox's David Spunt at the Justice Department. Trump responding to the indictment on Truth Social, writing this is an unprecedented abuse of the criminal justice system. Trump's running mate, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, campaigning in Big Rapids, Michigan.
We're not going to let the American people forget that Kamala Harris is the candidate of American decline.
Michigan seen as a key state in the November election. It's still not clear if terms of a presidential debate set for next month have been agreed to.
A source familiar tells Fox News that there will be an ABC debate and the mics will be muted. And that is what former President Trump announced tonight on Truth Social. However, the network itself has not confirmed that. And the Harris campaign is telling Fox tonight, quote, this remains an ongoing conversation with ABC.
Fox's Aisha Hasni, a Northern Virginia man who prosecutors say attacked staffers in the district office of Congressman Jerry Connolly with a baseball bat, has been found not guilty by reason of insanity. A Fairfax County judge accepted the plea on charges that included malicious wounding and assault. 2 staffers were injured, including an intern who was working her first day. America is listening to Fox News.
The UOG Endowment Foundation and Guam Visitors Bureau, in collaboration with Choice Broadcasting, brings you Tanel Live on Guam. Join us for 2 shows. Thursday, September 5th for a tropical night with Tanel, an intimate, unplugged VIP show at the Hotel Nico Guam with marmar making and local vendor pop-ups. And Saturday, September 7th for a family-friendly Triton Festival at Jeff's Pirates Cove. Enjoy the cultural performances, UOG outreach booths, and a vendor pop-up of UOG alumni by the beautiful beachside. Tickets now on sale at Guam Time. Special thanks to our sponsors: United Airlines, KUAM, J&G Enterprise, Heineken, ASC Trust, GTA, Matson, Docomo, Raymond James, Pacific Medical Group, Trivision Media, The Dugout, and Alter Ego. Hosted by me, Shanzi B from Star 101 and Drew Arce from The Dugout. Support college affordability by attending these 2 shows.
Months before a criminal retrial, the family of a Boston cop files suit against the girlfriend they say killed him.
Karen Reed now faces a wrongful death lawsuit filed by Officer John O'Keefe's family. They believe Reed hit the officer with her SUV outside a home in 2022 and left him to die. The family said in the filing that Reed created a false narrative that has caused them emotional pain and anguish. Reed's trial on second-degree murder and other counts ended in a mistrial in July. A new trial is set for January. This wrongful death suit also names 2 local bars, accusing them of over-serving Reed on the day Officer O'Keefe died. The family seeks compensatory and punitive damages, but did not specify an amount. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
A federal judge has extended a temporary order allowing a transgender girl to play soccer for her New Hampshire high school team while considering arguments for a longer-term order and a possible trial as the teen and another student challenge a state ban. A new twist in the fight over a media conglomerate.
Edgar Bronfman Jr. bows out of the fight over a media empire. Bronfman, whose family once owned the Seagram's liquor empire, threw in a revised $6 billion bid for Paramount Global last week and is now abandoning his pursuit, clearing the way for Skydance, which had reached a roughly $8 billion merger agreement with Paramount last month. The Bronfman offer came during the window, which allowed Paramount to consider other offers, but Skydance, which is led by David Ellison, the son of Oracle founder Larry Ellison, pushed back with lawyers delivering a letter calling for Paramount to end talks with Bronfman.
Fox's Lillian Wu. Wall Street, the Dow hits another record high, gaining 9. The Nasdaq up 29. The S&P plus 8. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Wow, Bay Pacific, 70 years.
That's right.
Are you celebrating?
You bet. For starters, we opened in 1954, so we're offering a very special personal loan with rates as low as 5.4% APR.
5.4?
And you can borrow up to $50,000 for whatever. Summer travel, back to school, paid on credit cards.
Can I apply online?
Yes. And in any of our convenient offices. Bank Pacific. Where others put branches, we place roots for 70 years.
Equal opportunity lender. Conditions apply.
Hey, party people, are you ready to turn up the volume and get the good times rolling?
The Dugout at Star 101 brings you the Bikini Fest of the Year, presented by Star Productions.
It's time to get your groove on at the Party of the Year.
Join us at the Beach Bar for a night of non-stop fun with live bands, DJs, exclusive vendors and merch, a wet and wild bikini contest, and a night you won't forget.
Get your tickets now and don't miss out on the ultimate party experience. Mark your calendars for September 21st. Doors open at 4 p.m.
Tickets available at Choice Broadcasting or The Dugout.
Let's make this party legendary.
Honor, courage, commitment. This is the foundation of Vince Borja's life. Vince is a soldier, an officer, a combat veteran. After surviving a traumatic childhood, Vince joined the Army and dedicated his life to fighting for freedom, putting himself in harm's way during 3 tours in Iraq. Vince is battle-tested by life and by war. He will bring honor, discipline, and order to a legislature in disarray. Vote Vince Borja for senator. Strength and honor.
My name is Vince Borja, and I approve this message.
Hold on a second. I got to swallow something. Didn't make it. Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the guys over at APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, and the guys over at Wendy's as well. And they got breakfast all lined up for you. I don't know if you've heard, but they've got the 2-for-1 deal. I'm sorry, $2 for $4 breakfast deal. I want to make sure I get the name right so you can call it out when you get to the drive-thru. It is a sausage biscuit or sausage and cheese egg, English muffin, small seasoned potatoes, medium hot coffee. So you pick two for only $4. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's 2 for $4 breakfast deal.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Now just wait a minute. Let's see if what kind of image it gives me here when I asked the AI to give me an image of a woman, a Chamorro woman Army Ranger. Okay, wait. Okay, I'm gonna give you the first one that it sent me.
Chamorro woman Army Ranger.
What are you saying? Chamorro chicks can be a ranger?
Yes, they can.
Is that what you're saying?
Maybe
is
I
that
don't
what you're
know.
inferring here, Mr.?
It's not that easy. Saying.
Well, this is DEI times, man.
A trans woman could do it.
Just put it in, call it, send it out into the universe, and we'll see what happens. Is that, hold on, I gotta click things over. Okay, that's the image that it sent me. And again, this is the part of AI that pisses people off, is it required absolutely no work. There's no model. There was no model hired. There was no photographer hired. There was no developer for the film hired. It just was in the computer, and now it's out of the computer. Amazing where life is taking us, is it not? 888-8255, 888-TALK, as the man said with a deep voice. While I'm waiting on other movers and shakers around here, I wanted to touch on something, and I don't know just how aggravated I want to be. I'm glad that there is acknowledgement from Meta and Mark Zuckerberg, but there's a part of me that believes that some of this might have included election interference, and the fact that opinions based on science and fact were suppressed because of the White House, because of the administration. Chairman Jordan, Mark Zuckerberg writes, and he's talking about Honorable Jim Jordan from the Committee on Judiciary. I appreciate the committee's interest in content moderation on online platforms. As you are aware, Meta has produced thousands of documents as part of your investigation and made a dozen employees available for transcribed interviews. Further to our cooperation with your investigation, I welcome the opportunity to share what I've taken away from this process. There's a lot of talk right now about how the U.S. government interacts with companies like Meta, and I want to be clear about our position. Our platforms are for everyone. We're about promoting speech and helping people connect in a safe and secure way. As part of this, we regularly hear from governments around the world and others with various concerns around public discourse and public safety. In 2021, senior officials from the Biden administration, including the White House, repeatedly pressured our teams for months to censor certain COVID-19 content, including humor and satire, and expressed a lot of frustration with our teams when we didn't agree. Ultimately, it was our decision whether or not to take content down, and we own our decisions, including COVID-19 related changes we made to our enforcement in the wake of this pressure. I believe the government pressure was wrong, and I regret that we were not more outspoken about it. I also think we made some choices that, with the benefit of hindsight and new information, we wouldn't make today. What new information? Everything that people are saying today is the same stuff that we said in 2020. There's no new information. It was just information you ignored. What a line of bull. Says, with this new information, we would not make these same choices today. Like I said to our teams at the time, I feel strongly that we should not compromise our content standards due to pressures from any administration in either direction. And we're ready to push back if something like this happens again. You said that then, but you still did it? I'm fuzzy on the logic here. In a separate situation, the FBI warned us about a potential Russian disinformation operation about the Biden family and Burisma in the lead-up to the 2020 election. That fall, when we saw a New York Post story reporting on corruption allegations involving then-Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden's family, we sent that story to fact-checkers for review and temporarily demoted it while waiting for a reply. It's since been made clear that the reporting was not Russian disinformation, and in retrospect, we shouldn't have demoted the story. We've changed our policies and processes to make sure this doesn't happen again. For instance, we no longer temporarily demote things in the U.S. while waiting for fact checkers. Where do you do it then?
Yeah, and who are these fact checkers?
Who are these fact checkers?
How special are they?
It's the fact checkers of the fact checkers are out there that are saying, no, that stuff was not accurate at all. I'm finishing up here because I'm looking for the part where he says, I'm sorry. Apart from content moderation, I want to address the contributions I made during the last presidential cycle to support electoral infrastructure. Did this not get all of my conspiracy theories buzzies just riled up yesterday? The idea here was to make sure local election jurisdictions across the country had the resources they needed to help people vote safely during the global pandemic. I made these contributions through the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative. They were designed to be nonpartisan, spread across urban, rural, and suburban communities. Still, despite the analysis I've seen showing otherwise, I know that some people believe this work benefited one party over the other. My goal is to be neutral and not play a role one way or the other, or even to appear to be playing a role, so I don't plan on making a similar contribution this cycle. All right, I'm still wary of something that rhymes with steel happening. So I don't know. But the closest thing that is to an apology is where he says, I regret. Where's the regret? There it is. I regret that we were not more outspoken about it with regard to censoring COVID-19 content.
We forgive you.
No, there's no forgiveness. There is no forgiveness.
You're carrying poison in your heart.
As far as I'm concerned, there is no going back. There is no going back.
We don't forgive you.
People made the wrong decisions based on flawed information, and there's a lot of people that continue to be sick. And now it's just changed out the entire complexion. Regret is not the same in my mind as contrition. It's not the same as contrition. And I'd like to see a whole lot more by way of contrition.
Yeah.
Ma'asi.
10 Hail Marys and
9:15 o'clock in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Is that Charlie Hermosa?
Yes, Charlie Hermosa.
Well, it might be interesting to hear what he's got to say. Good morning, Mr. Hermosa. How you doing?
Hey, good morning, Ray. Good morning, Real Joe.
What's up?
What's
on your? Not a problem. What's on your mind?
Just want to chime in on the obviously the Raceway has a special heart, especially when we had the connection with APL, right?
Yeah.
That was also a yearly, an amazing event that went back to the 70s. But one of the things that I wanted to touch on with that was that quick discussions, very close friends here locally. We started going down a list of, okay, where can we take our kids, right? And nope, that's not open. Nope, that's closed. I mean, the list is by far, I don't even know how families are able to go beyond just taking the kids to the beach. So, number one, we definitely have to open the Raceway. The second point connected to the Raceway is the budget. I've been, this is probably the first year that I really ingrained really deep into listening to the budget hearings. Actually, I pulled several budgets off the website, looked at it. The only thing and the only way that I can describe it, Ray, is it's a joke. It's really absolutely a joke. We're talking about $1.3 billion.
That's the smallest amount that I've heard. I've heard it up as high as $1.7 billion.
Yeah, but when you look at the line items on each one of these agencies and departments and how they're submitting it, I've asked a few folks, I'm like, why are these line items the same for 22, 23, 24, and 25? Mm-hmm. And the answer is, well, this is the way we do it. And I'm like, this is like, I don't know who's running the budget process,
Joe,
but whoever the folks, if they were working in the corporate world, they would be completely fired. I would have fired them in a second. So when you look at the way that they're looking at the money being spent, there's no way that you're telling me that with $1.3 billion, we can't have our roads, our schools, our hospitals operating. And, when you start continuing peeling back the onion, it's all about I was looking at Clint's op-ed last week where he says more money, more, doesn't solve the problems. But no, if you have more money with the right folks, you can definitely do it with the right leadership. But throwing money and throwing people to issues is not the answer to everything. And it seems like that's the approach that we're taking it because that's just the way
it's always been.
So it's always been, yeah. So I think we gotta take a different approach. We gotta take a different look at this budget because, again, $1.3 billion. I would be okay, and I say this to everybody.
How much of the 1.3, Charlie, based on whatever back of the envelope math you did, how much of that is personnel? And how much of that is operations? Because that's where the rubber hits the road in this town. And we've got all kinds of money for personnel, but you got these guys with their hands out for $500,000 for a racer. You got to be kidding. That's in a $1.3 billion budget. That's an extremely small percentage of the dough. And I don't see why, for things that are good in the community, agriculture and health and of course the racetrack here, I don't know why there needs to be so much begging going on.
No, absolutely. And when Senator Duenas actually pretty much hit it last week, where he said, listen, if you know that our procurement process is broken and we're not able to hire on time and we're not able to procure equipment on time because it's going to take forever, then why are you budgeting, like, say, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 on equipment that you're never going to get? And the same thing with the personnel. If you look at the staff patterns for the folks, we have people on the pattern that has, they're getting paid $19,000, $20,000, $21,000, and they're yet to be filled. I mean, why don't we compile that?
Wait a second. Now, depending on what jobs we're talking about, I've got a real issue there. I think there are way too many bureaucrats and planners and executive this, that, and the other that are making six figures in this town where what are we paying bus drivers? What are we paying cops? What are we paying teachers?
Exactly. And that's my point. I mean, when you look at the bottom and you look at the top, the middle has to be strength. Those are the folks that are really doing the work. That's how we balance the budget. I mean, for us on the corporate side, if we wanted to keep talent and we wanted to keep them on, we needed to make sure that we took care of them, right? And saying that you have, just be happy that you have a job is not enough. That is freaking absolutely the wrong way to look at it. So, it's been very interesting. And, I've been listening to all the senators, and there's some really good valid points and then some really ones that are really way off left field. And, hopefully they're able to get it because at the end of the day, it comes back to us. I want the roads to be better. I want to feel safe.
No, but I agree with you. I want more fun stuff. Yesterday, my empty promise to the people of Guam was that I was going to bring back the Jigo Amusement Park and maybe even Skateland. Yeah. And it occurred to me as I was doing that, I'm talking about bringing back something that existed, that businesses, people were able to participate in and make a profit on. And it was back in the 1970s. Why don't we have activities like that for families all over the place on Guam? Why? No, and these are private businesses that came forward and did. It was Mark Pangilinan that did the amusement park, and I can't remember the name of the group that put the skate park, the skating rink together. But why don't we have more attractions like that? Is there more that the government of Guam can be doing that will give our kids and our families things to do? We got that whole area up in Teedzin. Can we just for that Teedzin? We've got thank God for public service organizations, I believe, that handle all of the work that needs to be done to make sure that the ball fields are working and the football and soccer field are safe for the kids to play on. There is also what used to be a tennis court up a little bit further up there. And there's a need for more courts here on Guam. There's a growing, huge need for pickleball courts. And so we've got this flat piece of asphalt that can be rehabilitated. We'll put the fence back up. That's not going to cost $1 bajillion, and turn that into a nice little central Teedzin pickleball area. There's something like that ain't going to cost $500,000.
No, absolutely. But it's all about the process, because then it gets all thrown back. I mean, these are great ideas. When I was having this conversation with somebody that was looking at, something in the lines of amusement, but he said it's almost going to be impossible to get it open. So we had it open back in the day. It was operating. It was doing well. And then we come back with somebody that has slightly the same idea, and then it's almost impossible to get a business license. Like, those fundamentals just don't work. And it's all about the process, because you would think that it's easy enough to put up a fence. But then when you ask them, like, why is the fence not up? Well, with the materials, and then we had to get the bid,
building permit,
and all this. And you're like, oh, my Lord. I'm working on a project with folks in the Caribbean right now, similar. I mean, again, a lot of the islands, we all had the similar issues. But, you know, one of the things that they're trying to do is really cut the red tape and sort of that build that public-private partnership. And they have one program running right now that it's a great model where it cuts through all the red tape, and they're really knocking down the punch list of things that they need within the island that are simple as making sure there's workable fence around the parks, around the airport, and they're cutting right through the red tape, and it's a good model. But again, here we just make it impossible to do these things.
There's only one guy that could have gotten that done, and he was for a while. You'll recall that former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez was going to be our recovery czar, in addition to what he was doing over at the legislature. They decided it wasn't very public, but he's not that anymore. They kind of gave everything back to the department heads, who were apparently disinterested in moving forward if they had to run everything by Carl. And as a result of that, they gave everything back to the directors, and I don't know that we've seen as much as we'd like to see out of places like public health lubricating that process. Even Hawaii has taken a look at some of the issues that they've got with homelessness and the lack of affordable housing, and recognizing that Hawaii is the hardest place to do any kind of construction, whether it's new construction or rehabilitative construction. They recognize that it is actually standing in the way of them being able to create affordable housing opportunities, and they're trying to slash and burn a lot of the red tape. We've got to do exactly the same thing around here. And you know, as uncrazy as I am about boards and commissions, I think there ought to be some kind of a board and commission that takes a look at all of the rules and regulations and begins to jettison the unnecessary ones, or the ones, while there might be a good reason that they are in there, deserve some kind of reconsideration based on the very, very pressing need that Chamorros are leaving Guam for other places because they can't find some place to live that two people working full-time can't afford.
Yeah, there's no way. And you know, the beauty about Governor Carl is that, you know, he understands the process. He's able to manage through and get the things, you know, he makes it happen. And, you know, the beauty
about it. He invented the one-stop concept here on Guam. There used to be, a building's gone, but not too far away from Adelup, across from the cemetery, used to be one stop. And everything that you needed, any government process that you needed to undergo, except for getting, I think, a health permit, you did there. You needed a business license. You walked in there. Everybody that you needed to talk to was in there. All the maps were there. All the clerks were there. And you could, in the space of an afternoon, get everything done. Revenue tax had an annex in there. Everything that and there was a treasurer's office, so you could here's the field receipt, go pay over there. Everything that you needed to get done was able to get done in that location. Period. It was amazing.
It's all about the process. It's all about the process. And you know, we do have the technology. Let me. You know, we want to be able to. You know, I've spoken to several companies here that they want it. They want. You know, actually they're looking for funding, but they want to kick off that 3D printing of homes. And it's not, you know, it's not far-fetched. It's not like, oh, it's a proof of, no, they're ready to do it, but they just need somebody to connect with to ensure that they can get the funding to kick it off. And so if we're looking for affordable homes, we can get it. We have the technology. They can bring the technology at a heartbeat here and get the houses being printed. But again, one of the things that they're struggling is with the building codes, with the building permits, and, you know, everything that you know, on average, I think it takes almost about 2 to 3 years to really get something erected without Viagra. I mean, but so it's you know, it's so, but maybe we should pass around the blue pill for everybody so that we can
work faster, right?
Yeah,
I got you. 925, Charlie, I hear the frustration in your voice. Tell you what, me and Bob Kelly going to reach out to you before too much longer. We'll see if we can get a beer summit going.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Ray.
I'll see you pretty soon. It's the Ray Gibson Show on. This is the point, right? 93.3
all day.
Okay,
all
gotcha. You want to talk about a lot of ground got covered today with between the conversation about the EAS and the airplane business and the cost of riding between here and the Saipan, and I spent a little bit of time talking about weather. Got some time with the Attorney General and the head of the Department of Corrections on the line. But outside of the fluffy time with Jimmy Moylan and Ginger Cruz, I think it's been another fun conversation about where we're going now with the Raceway Park, and I cannot any more than I already have suggest to you that it is It is a needed venture in this community. I'm fond of telling people that the story about how when the Spaniards got here and they saw the Galidi and the proa out there in the water and saying they'd never seen anything like that before. And the reason is because Chamorros have the need for speed. And while we might not be doing a whole lot of that in the water anymore, we sure do a hell of a lot of it on land and motorcycles and scooters and cars and trucks. We love our cars. We love our rides.
Oh, yeah, I'll smoke everybody.
Exactly. Hey, pink slips, bro. Pink slips. And there's
I'll race Hanzada.
It's so important that we took a lot of steps, deep steps back in the day to create the Guam Raceway Park, and without getting too deep into the details, that relationship between the people that were running it and the government of Guam has been dissolved. But we've got to put it back together. It'll make the roads safer, and it will restore, I think, a whole lot of that need for speed legacy between fathers and sons. Hell, between mothers and daughters anymore. Hanzada is on the line right now, and I'm sure you've been listening to some of this back and forth today. What are your thoughts now?
Hey, Ray. Yeah, thank you so much, for all the support. What you said is absolutely right. It's in the Chamorro DNA, just competition and racing and engines and all, the adrenaline. So, what you're doing is a big help for us. And you just spoke with our vice chair, Don Birch Jr., and after this, Ryan Castro will jump on right after me, and he's one of the GMA members. He's a military veteran. He's experienced with the drag strip, and he's done many passes himself on the drag strip. He's very organized, and order of operations focused. So he'll jump on after me. But yeah, man, yesterday, I don't know if you saw the hearing yesterday, but there were some fireworks. So in the budget hearing, Senator Dwayne St. Nicholas introduced an amendment to get the raceway open and appropriate funds to fix the vandalized infrastructure and prepare the lot for public use. And there was an agreement. Obviously, there's some opposing senators to opening up the raceway as GMA's proposed. And man, you got to see the video at the very ending. Senator St. Nicholas's closing statement. It was awesome. It was electric. It was from the heart. It was very impactful because he's seen this. He's been trying to help the kids for the past 2 years open up the raceway. And he's seen the positive impact of the raceway on the community and all the diverse, ethnicities that showed up there. Everyone gets there and gathers and competes, and he tried to open up the raceway last year. He tried to put the raceway in a Parks and Rec last year. And, him alongside with other senators attended our town hall event this past weekend, and they witnessed how we're coming together, our organized efforts to find a viable solution, and he also saw how the hearing for 325 was canceled. And that was one of the reasons as to why the opposing senators were saying, we can't pass this amendment because it hasn't had a hearing. But I find that very interesting because there's absolutely no reason that we couldn't have had a hearing, So this is, he's seen this, and he mentions this in his closing statement yesterday. He says, I've seen this thing being stalled over and over again, and all these false attempts of solutions being proposed, but it's not realistic. A nonprofit group of volunteers cannot afford to pay 10% per annum, which is the commercial rate structure for CLTC, on 100 acres.
Yeah, the work needs to be done. Yeah, I get it. There needs to be some administrative work that gets taken care of. It's completely not lost on me, and so obviously support from Dwayne. Who else have you noted at the legislature is also behind your efforts to reopen the racetrack?
Many senators. It was Bill 325 had 10 co-sponsoring, had support of 10 senators. And specifically for this amendment, you had the amendment was inspired by Senator Amanda Shelton. Joe San Augustine was working on that.
Jesse Lujan, bipartisan move for sure.
Yeah, Jesse Lujan. I really like his points, that he made at the town hall we had this past weekend, saying, this is a sport. and he's really concerned because if GMA is treated like a commercial entity, what's going to happen to these other sporting organizations when their leases, are finished? Are they going to be treated, like commercial entities and they're going to have to pay commercial rates?
No, shouldn't have to beg for parity.
Yeah, but and something that was mentioned on the opposing side, from Speaker Terlaki yesterday, is that it was the issue that I see is that the raceway is not recognized as a public use facility, as a public park. It's evolved into more than just the raceway. It's being used for so many other things. Emergency vehicles train there. There's running, mountain biking, things that don't necessarily have an engine. And the mayor of Jigo wants to have his community walk there, ride their bicycles there, teach their kids how to ride bikes there because Andy South was closed.
Yep.
So it's evolved into so many other activities, and it's unfortunate that this is not being recognized, as a park, which is what it's evolved into. And it's just like any other sport, like soccer, football, et cetera.
Tennis. They've got any number of organizations, federations, and groups that take advantage of the sporting complex up in Jigo. In my mind, it should be treated as about the same thing.
Absolutely.
I wish there was more to go. I mean, there's not much left in the horns of the disagreement here, in the horns of the dilemma. I think there's a lot of people that are behind the efforts to reopen the raceway, and maybe they just need to be. Maybe they need to be. A word that my old man taught me years ago, I'm sure you've heard it, Hans, is politically motivated. We need to get them politically activated. There needs to be the people that sell the high performance parts over at Napa. Maybe need to make a whole lot more noise. And the guys over at Triple J, those motorheads over with the Jones guys. In fact, all the motorheads and all the different the car businesses here on Guam. Maybe they need to be a little bit more politically active here. And at a time where there are 69 days between here and the general election, maybe have them come out in a little bit more loudly and a little bit more noticeably, saying they're members of the legislature who we support because they support a business that is close to the needs of our customers, and if you're not going to support them, then we are not going to support you. And,
Correct.
And our hundreds of employees and their families are not going to support you either.
Yeah, the raceway supports many industries, outside of just racing.
Nope.
And in the raceway, the issue is that there's this narrative being pushed. It's these special interests that are wanting this thing to happen. The raceway has been trying to do everything by the book for some time now, going on, a couple of years now. But these solutions that are being proposed are not realistic. And we're trying to communicate that, but we're not being heard. And the only thing that's happening is that we're being villainized, and it's being labeled as special interest, especially when you have these guys.
The same line of BS they did with the doctors on the decision on where we're going to put a new hospital. All of a sudden, the doctors that were there under tent saving everybody's lives during COVID-19, all of a sudden the same people are calling them special interests. We see those words used around, and I'm one. As soon as I hear somebody accuse somebody else of special interest, I generally stop listening. Studio time 9:35 here in the morning, Hans. I'm supporting you, and if you need to continue to use us as a platform to get the word out, and especially if you have to call out the names of senators that are not supporting your position over at the legislature, other members of the community here, the political community that likewise are not supporting you, you go ahead and you call up and name them. You want Ryan to name him? He can call in after the news.
He will. Thank you very much.
All right, buddy. I'll talk to you pretty soon. 888-8255-888-TALK. I'm sorry. It's just one of those things. It's just, I agree. You agree. Everybody agrees. Everybody. I can't think of anybody that does not agree that this is a good thing. And I don't believe that they represent any special interest. But if you want them to act like special interest, I'll give them a platform to do that here on the radio station. Yeah, here's our special interest. Our businesses do better because there's a racetrack up there. Our businesses do better because guys ride their mountain bikes up there. Our businesses do better because we got guys that are working on motorcycles up there. Our business is better because we sell shoes to guys that do hiking and hashing up there. Huh? Do we need any more? Hundreds and hundreds of employees, businesses, distributors on Guam that have an interest in seeing not just this, but all kinds of other facilities come out and be a part of our community. Hobbies, as it were. Avocations, as it were. If we're doing it for one sport, we got to do it for all of them. There needs to be parity, and people shouldn't have to beg for it. Anyway, that's the way I feel today. It's 9:36 in the morning. Real Joe, gonna press a button. I'll hear the music behind me and throw to Joe Nuggan Charfris at KUAM.
Guam. I'm Joe Nuggan Charfris. Here's a look at 3 stories you need to know for Wednesday, August 28th. A man is convicted of repeatedly molesting 2 girls known to him. A Superior Court jury found Johnny Santos guilty of first- and second-degree criminal sexual conduct. One girl told investigators she was molested multiple times, starting when she was in the 7th grade, while the second victim said she was only 16 at the time of her abuse. It was back in April police found Santos hiding in a ranch area in Dededo before taking him into custody for the crime. Prosecutors will be seeking a life sentence. The armed kidnapping suspects who allegedly forced a 27-year-old man into their car remain at large. Police now are on day 7 in the search for the 2 suspects. The reported kidnapping happened last Thursday in broad daylight as the victim was walking along Route 3 in NCS Dededo. He was making his way from the White Market bus stop to Shell gas station when he was forced into the dark-colored Toyota 4Runner at gunpoint and hit with the weapon. He was able to escape when the driver made a stop at the Shell gas station and employees called police. If you recognize the suspects or getaway car that you can find on KUAM.com, you're asked to call Guam Police or report it anonymously to Guam Crime Stoppers. And finally, KUAM is your source for Decision 2024 election coverage. We've got more candidates looking to lead set to appear on the latest episode of The Hub today. We have 3 unopposed mayoral candidates and 2 mayoral candidates in a contested race. You can expect to hear from Hagåtña mayoral candidate Michael Gumatautau, Moleso candidate Franklin Champaco, and Talifofo candidate Vicente Taitagui. In the contested race and also joining the discussion on The Hub are 2 candidates from the village of Agana Heights. On the Democratic ticket, Richard Arroyo, and under the Republican race is John McDonald III. Hear what their plans are and what these candidates have to say to lead your village. A new episode of The Hub airs at 6:30 tonight, following prime time. For these stories and more, visit KUAM.com. Also follow, like, and subscribe KUAM News on Facebook, Instagram, X, and YouTube. You can also watch our exclusive local channel now on Peacock by visiting peacocktv.com/local and start watching your favorite shows, movies, news, and KUAM TV8 today. For KUAM News, I'm Jonagan Charfris.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance.
It's time to celebrate 30 years of cleaning our coasts and sandy fun. Join us for the Guam International Coastal Cleanup on Saturday, September 21st, starting at 6 a.m. After the cleanup, head on over to Ipao Beach from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. for the first ever Guam Sandfest 2024. Witness incredible sand sculpting demos, sand sculpting competitions, a variety of food vendors, live music, and fun activities for kids and the entire family. It'll be a sensational day. Register now at sandfestguam.com.
Sensational.
That was good.
It's like when it's Easter time. Everything is excellent, you know? Here, let's throw another, send another one in.
Extravaganza.
Exactly. We've got, I wanted to make sure that we got a chance to talk about this. They had a wonderful get-together with Ali last week talking about the Pause and Reflect, the 35th anniversary event celebrating 35 years of Compassion for Gain. And it's going to be taking place, what's today? Wednesday. Today's Wednesday, right?
Yeah.
So this is tomorrow at the museum, 5:15 until 7. And at least that's when the entertainment starts. The event will begin at 4. It says Cesa and drinks will be there to help you celebrate in all of that. Again, Pause and Reflect. I don't remember. Was there any money that they wanted you to pay when they went in?
No, I don't remember them saying anything about that. It would be puppy treats.
There's a Bank Pacific down the street.
Yeah.
So if
get some folding money.
If you need folding money, it's there. Mike Grace Bloss says school is important, but racing is importanter. God bless
There's the proof right there.
There it is. 888-825-5888. There's a telephone number around here. I don't know. It's an interesting morning, obviously, with a lot of different places that stories that we've talked about. And frankly, I don't know how to top anything that we've done in the last 3.5 hours. So, pardon me as we get into a little bit more of a small talk realm in the next couple of minutes. This story keeps getting bigger and bigger. Schools. This is from Axios? No, from another one of my news services. It says schools get creative in their fight against the relentless influence of smartphones. It's harder than ever to separate students from their devices, from confiscating devices to locking phones away during class. Schools across the U.S. and around the world are still trying to figure out how to limit student access to the often disruptive and addictive appeal of technology. My name is Ray. I'm an addict. I'm addicted to my iPhone.
Hi, Ray.
I am at, what time is it? It's 9:42. I'm already at 60%.
Testify.
I am already at 60%. By the time it gets to be nap time, I'll be around 35%. Yeah. Oh, it goes through the cycle a couple of times in the day. A few common tactics that they're rolling out there. Administrators generally implementing strategies on their own, resulting in a patchwork of policies that vary greatly from one school to another. Some of the most ways schools are responding, including taking the phone away from the kids, putting them under lock and key, whether stored in a locker or a secured pouch under the teacher's control. Many schools require students who bring a device to school to put it in an approved location during times when use is prohibited. They learned this from the buy me drinky bars in the Philippines, where because before World Wide Web, everybody was texting everybody and so when you walked into one of these places, they had a thing like where you hang your shoes on the door. Yeah, that's where you put your phone.
You check your phone.
And while you are supposed to be working and doing the buy me drinky routine, you are not allowed to play with your phone.
Oh, that's weird.
But I'm expecting load, Mom. I don't care. Offering alternative smartphones are often more attractive to students when they're bored, so some schools are implementing a range of new extracurricular activities or increased time outdoors to compete with the allure of those devices. Oh, my God. Do you hear this? Do you hear what's going on? They're now telling the kids to go outside and get away from their screens. How long, Real Joe, have we been suggesting this as an alternative to our kids just getting fatter and lazier inside?
Yeah, only forever.
Only forever. And now we have this problem now with the smartphones.
We need fresh air.
We're going to need to do something else. We'll take them outside and play.
Pale.
At the end of the day, it's a child's guardians who have the most influence on their choices. That's why schools are making targeted pleas with parents to instill a healthier relationship with technology at home. Okay, here's the problem with that, is that most parents are weaklings and will let the children step all over them. Why? Because you don't have to put up with any arguments and more crap from your kids when you do something like that.
Life is easier.
And do you know why that is? Do you know why that is?
Why?
It's because there are some kids on Guam and some grown-ups on Guam that have never had a slipper upside their ass.
Ooh, little demons.
Just saying. And I'm not talking about beating. I'm just saying get their attention. Bam! Who's the grown-up?
Attitude
adjustment. Who's the grown-up? Who's the boss? Who's the leader? That's right. It's me.
Recognize.
No. What are we going to do? We're going to put you in timeout.
Yeah, I better recognize.
It's going to be timeout. That's what's going to happen. And then there's obvious reasons for limiting or banning the use of smartphones in school are obvious. They can help students cheat and disrupt the learning process. But teachers say there's a deeper, perhaps more insidious reason that easy access to such tech is a bad idea in school. One English teacher recently lamented that student participation has plummeted in his class because kids are afraid to say anything that might spark backlash in a school-wide messaging app and result in them being canceled or ostracized by their peers.
That's bullying. Don't do that.
Again, you know what some of the job is here? You getting this? You need to teach the kids to learn to stand for themselves. Anything might spark backlash in the school-wide messaging app. Do you remember? I'll give you a phrase. He who smelt it dealt it. Do you remember that one?
It's one of my favorites.
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, you could have been ostracized in 5th grade for farting in class. And if there had been messaging apps before the end of the school day, you would have had a new nickname. You would have had a new nickname, and you know, your life might have been made hell for oh my God, for as much as a day. There was a guy I knew, and he begs me not to say his real name when I give his nickname. I grew up and spent a lot of time with a guy named Digger. And Digger got that nickname, and he was ostracized, and there was a backlash.
Let us guess.
Yes.
Can we guess?
Nose gold, bro. he was a nose gold hunter.
Yes.
And I don't know, somebody saw him picking his nose, and all of a sudden his nickname became Digger.
It's over for
nice
you,
guy.
sir.
Nice guy. But that's, you know, it's just, that's the way school is. I mean, how many guys are running around here with nicknames they barely ever want to hear again as a result of that? See, now I'm saying
a lot.
God, I need to pick
They're
my
all
nose.
coming to my mind right
Joe,
now.
I need to blow my nose right now.
There's this one guy that got pooped on by a pigeon.
Oh, no.
And every time he showed up in the cafeteria, everybody would go, "Hurr, hurr, hurr." It's terrible, man.
I'm just saying. So we need to go back to making tougher kids that can cope harder. I had a pretty good life, a wonderful life growing up. But there were
built thick skin, though.
Yeah. My grandfather was among those. I've told this story around this time period 100 times. Daddy, they called me a Howley at school, and Daddy'd look at me and say, "Well, you know, my last name is Underwood. Your last name is Gibson. You think there might be something to that?" But at the end of it, the lesson was always sticks and stones sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. And we got to teach our kids among those very, very first lessons, instead of telling them, keep telling them how that they can become victims and then grow up to be victims of their own children.
That's why I roast my kids all the time.
All the time. They need that all the time. I've seen it. I've seen it happen in families, and just kind of crazy. There was another story I wanted to talk about with regard to solar power, because I'd actually seen this thing in action online. We've got this incredible solar power generation systems here on Guam. We've got all these solar farms that are out there. And Simon Sanchez is fond of saying, "What's that? Bunker says my nickname came from junior high." Why? Why Bunker? Or what's that? Is there something behind that? Anyway, so we've got these great solar farms. Simon Sanchez will say how great they are because they're able to generate electricity from the actual sun, Joe.
Yes.
But he will also
he's
say,
a farmer. Uncle Si, you're a farmer.
Okay, I can't do that with my AI, but maybe you can. If you got AI right now, find a picture of Simon Sanchez and put him in an old McDonald's suit in a solar farm. Solar farm in the background. Leave Auntie Lou out of it. Thank you.
I love you, Auntie Lou.
but the problem with the solar farm is it only makes electricity during the day. What happens at night when the sun goes down? There is a new thing. You can look this up. You'll find it on a tweeters out there somewhere. But you can look it up. There are outfits out there that will. They got the idea from the Russians years ago. But there are ways that you can do this now, and we've gotten to a point where there is so much control over them. And what you do is you take something that goes up high into the air. That goes up in the sky, as it were, where the birds are. And I don't know if they need to go as high as, say, Elon Musk's Starlink satellite. But the cool thing is it goes up high enough so that it can still see you. So it will still see the solar farm, and it can still see the sun. What do we call that? A mirror. Oh, so we take this mirror, we put it high up in the sky, and it's looking at the sun, and we aim the light from the sun down onto the solar farm.
Oh, yeah.
It reflects the light of the sun.
Like direct energy.
Solar farm makes energy from light, not heat. So if you
how
keep
high
the light, I don't know how high it goes.
Higher than Hunter Biden?
I don't know. There's nothing's that high, Joe. Nothing is that high. I'm just saying there might be something to that. I saw an experiment they did with, and they didn't have to go up very high. They went up in an air balloon, a hot air balloon, and were able to cast some light and actually show that they were making voltage off these solar panels. And maybe something like that could be done around here with as many panels as we have. And guys like Charlie Hermosa, maybe we only need to go up around the upper limits of a drone. One of those UAVs with a big enough mirror that can shine down enough of that light. Now, the only downside I can think of is there's people that live around those things that maybe would like to have night as opposed to sunlight on them all the time. In 9 minutes, it'll be 10 o'clock. Don't you move.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Half a day. This is Michelle from APL Guam. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam and on the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Choice Broadcasting and Micronesia Mall presents the 2024 Home and Lifestyle Expo. Sunday, October 6th. Join us as we showcase an abundance of Guam businesses to help you buy a home and create a lifestyle that tailors to you. Booths are available now. Hurry, they're filling up. If you're a business that specializes in landscaping, realty, furniture, home insurance, and more, call 888-7346 and ask for Doris, Ali, Daryl, or Shanzi. For more information about the 2024 Home and Lifestyle Expo, call 888-RDIO.
888-8255 if you still got something in your head. If not, don't worry. I'll give you some thoughts. The Mangilaw Donate Festival is coming up. Stephen Blake?
Real guy.
Sent me the flyer. Appreciate that.
Some donate?
It will be Friday, September 13th from 5 to 9. Next Saturday, the following Saturday, from 11 to 9. And Sunday, 11 to 9 as well. They still got room for vendors and food trucks. So call Vice Mayor Kevin, 689-6231, or whoever answers the phone out at the mayor's office in Mangilaw. Mangilaw, of course, the Donny Festival. And you'll recall once upon a time where their giant Donny, their big chili.
Oh, yeah.
Was stolen.
Tweaker stole it.
Yeah. Tweaker stole it. Eventually left it up in Jigo somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Can you imagine? I'll bet they tried to take. I bet they tried to take it to the fence. You know, so they could see if they could exchange it for drugs.
Turn it into something. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
At least one plate.
Last couple of thoughts here this morning, and we were talking about raising kids, and I'm delightful. Seems like most of the kids that I've been associated with, watching them grow one way or the other, have turned into pretty decent people. So I like to think I've done a good job. Although this sounds about right. And it's after some research, a study found that parents begin to lose control of their children at about the age of, Real Joe, you want to throw out a guess?
Puberty.
You've been a dad for a while.
Yeah, puberty?
Right, give me a number.
12. 13.
Parents begin to lose control of their children at the age of 13. After years of watching their every step at around 13, parents are left wondering, where the hell are my kids? What are they doing online? What are they doing in real life? Who are their friends? And so it's important now, as we have done.
Who's your friend's mom?
to try to ensure that we keep track of all of the kids, and frankly, the best way to do that is to make your house the house that all the kids go to. If you can do that, it's not easy. It'll cost you money in big screen TVs and snacks and video games and all of that stuff. But then there's the other question that pops up, and more I'm finding this pops up for not just for 13-year-old boys, but for 13-year-old girls, which is what's taking you so long in the bathroom? Mom and Dad, you know what's going on.
Bird bath. It's a bird bath. It's a mess.
But they've got phones now, so it's worse than you think. 9:56. We got a couple of minutes left for Dr. Ron McNinch. Good morning, Doc. How you doing?
Hey, how a day, Ray? How a day, Guam? You know, the secret to raising kids is a very simple secret, and that is from the time they're like 3 or 4 or 5 years old, all the way through the time that they graduate from high school and everything, is always just give them choices. You know, like give them 4 or 5 choices. You can do this, or this, but make sure they're always your choices. And then you'll never have a disagreement with your kid in terms of a lot of stuff. And they will always do the stuff you want them to do, even though they feel they have control of it.
Yeah. There's a bro code along those lines about, you know, trying to figure out where you and your significant other are going to get something to eat. I don't, not too many choices, though. I had experienced a class in parenting over at Harvest once upon a time, and one of the points that they made, and this from very successful parents, was to limit to a degree the number of choices. If you go to the grocery store and you buy, you know, 5 or 6 different kinds of cereals in the morning, it's going to take the kids 10 or 15 minutes to figure out which cereal they want. And then there's the choice of what bowl, what glass are we going to drink the milk from? It's all of that stuff. So the conversation there turns into, you know what? Maybe we'll just have one kind of cereal. That's what you get to choose. One kind. In my house, I was allowed to choose my cereal, and which was Count Chocula, and Shelley got to choose hers. That was it. And if we couldn't decide, then they'd get the little variety packs, those little ones.
Tiny boxes.
Where the Cheerios are always the last one to eat. Anyway, 9:58. But I think you make a good point.
So my cereal choices never changed my entire life. Only one type, one brand, and that's Cheerios.
You know what? You use Cheerios. You don't eat Cheerios. Cheerios are for teaching boys how to pee in the bath, pee in a toilet. You throw a couple of those in there, and you teach the kid how to aim by saying, "Boy, what you want to do is sink that Cheerio." I don't know that I've ever actually eaten this stuff. Doc, I got to run. I got a couple of minutes left for Dr. Bob Kelly on the line. I want to talk very quickly about solar.
Oh, yeah, you were talking about using a mirror. And I just wanted to let you know you're not going to gain a whole lot because you get about a 1 minute earlier and 1 minute later sunset for every 1,500 meters in altitude. If you've ever flown at night, you know the sun goes down about the same time anyway. So having something flying around at 30,000, 40,000 feet is not going to gain you much of anything, maybe 5-8 minutes at each end. But battery costs have come down. That's the technology we have to keep working towards. Yes. It's not using mirrors.
I cannot disagree with that point. Maybe tomorrow, maybe a little bit more when we've got more time and you're not in the car with the echo. We can talk a little bit more about that. The idea that the Department of Corrections and maybe the rest of the government of Guam needs to do a whole lot more by investigating new technologies out there that can relieve us from some of the manpower needs that we've got. I'll talk to you soon.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Esther, 888-8255. See, I was going to end up by asking, are there any events out there that, like your wife's having a baby and you're going, dude, it's the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Would you give up watching the Super Bowl to go and be there for the birth of your kid?
Perhaps.
All right. Well, maybe a little bit more of exploring that concept in the morning. For Real Joe, Donna D, Jerry Roberts, Ray Gibson saying goodbye. See you tomorrow.
It's been pared down. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. A new indictment filed against former President Trump in the federal election interference case.
Special counsel Jack Smith is not dropping any charges against former President Trump in his case about election interference, but a superseding indictment does remove allegations the former president leaned on Justice Department officials to pursue election fraud. The new indictment is intended to clarify former President Trump was acting as a candidate and not in his official role as president. In June, a divided Supreme Court sent the case back to a lower court after ruling former presidents are immune from criminal prosecution for some conduct. The reworked case was presented to a new grand jury that had not previously heard evidence in the case.
Fox's Jared Halpern in Washington. Trump writing on his Truth Social site, the people of our country will see what is happening with all these corrupt lawsuits against me and will reject them by giving me an overwhelming victory in November. Pentagon spokesman General Pat Ryder says mediators continue to meet to try to work out a deal between Israel and Hamas.
It's important to continue this full court press to get this ceasefire deal and to get these hostages released. And as I understand it, those talks continue. And we're hopeful that a deal will be reached.
Earlier today, Israeli commandos freed a hostage who was alone in one of the tunnels in Gaza.